besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. Not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we, people? Party people in the house. Let's frigging go. How are we, everybody? Christine, how are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Ariel, how are you? Oops, better get you on screen. There you go. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Toots, good morning, El Chatti. How are you? Emma, Spanish lessons. Is that grazie? Grazie? C. Is that C? Is that Spanish? We were having lessons earlier on last week, but I forgot my Spanish. Grazie. Barcelona. I know how to say Barcelona. From Michigan, how we doing, my darling? I just saw your tweet as well. I need to like it. How we doing? Hope you're well. John, how are we? Good morning, everyone. I know nothing about this case, but going to try to follow along whilst I work. Well, it's an interesting case. Some people call it Karen Reid 2.0, but I don't really understand that, if I'm being honest with you. I don't understand how it is Karen Reid 2.0, but I've seen some streamers call it that. I have no idea why, to be honest. But it is about a ballerina. There's no doubt, John, she did shoot her husband. She admits that. Yep, shot him. What we're debating here, what the trial is about, is whether she did it deliberately or whether it was in self-defense. That's the decision, essentially. So, yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. It's probably going to be like a week and a half, 2-week trial, I think. So, hello, Disney Queen. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, Carol. Chrissy, I got hooked on this case from TT. I follow the daughter, Eva. They are okay. I don't know what any of that means, but okay, Chrissy. It's all good though, as long as you follow it. That's fine. Gitmo Holiday, hello, how are you? Hope you're well. Good day all around the world. Happy day all around the world. And something, baby. Brandon Betts, good morning all. Good morning to you, Brandon. Hope you're well, my friend. Nikki C, life is in hell. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening for some people from Australia as well. So, morning S, how are you? hit the like button. Let's surprise along with everyone in here. Like, I know how many we got now. We've not got many here anyway. We only got 20 people here. Whoa, not many here today. 18 likes, jeepers. 22 people now, 18 likes. Come on, people. Donna Graves, how are we doing, my darling? I hope you're well, Sir Delan. Look at you. Check you out. I hope you got my reply as well. I did email you back. I hope you got my reply. Thank you again for getting in touch. Susie, good morning, Delan Chat. I received my AC. Oh, coffee mug yesterday. Love it. Can't wait to take you to work with me today. Let's frigging go. Let's go represent Susie. Happy days. Erin Hackster, where the heck were you yesterday, Hackster? Where was the Hackster? You must be ill or something, Hackster. It's not like you not to be on stream. Hope you're well, my darling. Let's fucking go. Lawyer Lee called it Karen 2.0 because there's supporters outside the courtroom. Allegations. Yeah, I saw Laura Lee. There's probably about 3-4 I've seen that called it Karen Reid 2.0, though. Not just the supporters, but one of them was saying about the case. I was like, I don't understand what they mean by the case. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, but yeah, I did see that about Lawyer Lee as well. I did see that one. Here, a beautiful chatty lady. Yeah, trucker. How you doing? Keep it moving. Is that Winnie the Pooh in your profile picture? What that means was I follow the victim's daughter Eva on TikTok. There you go. There you go. That's better. Hi, Dawn. How are we doing? Hope you're well. There you go. Yes, I did. Happy days. That's fine. That's fine. Again, thank you for reaching out, Dawn. I appreciate it. Dave, go pack. Stop changing your freaking name, Dave. Dave Umbro. This is Dave Hamburger. Go pack, go. Hey, J Love not signing a new contract, sir. J Love not signing it. Ooh, not good on you, Dave. Sorry, I'm a political girl. Trumped all yesterday for me, but I didn't say that. I know. Don't you had to say it though, didn't you? No politics, people. These mods, they are not these mods. Erin Hack is the worst. I agree that was weird because Swan lady killed him. Yeah. And there's no question about it. Yeah, this is what I'm confused, Ariel. This is what I'm confused. Apart from Lawyer Lee, who was obviously said about the protesters, I understood that bit, but I don't really get it, but we'll see. Hey, Robin, my darling, how are you? Nice to see you again. Robin, that's a proper McGowan. That's like a proper Scottish McGowan. Proper name. Are you Scott? Are you got a bit of Scottish in you? Because that is properly McGowan. Where are you from? I'm McGowan. I'm from Scotland. What are you going to do about it? Drink some whiskey. That's a proper strong Scottish name, that is. Pooh Bear. Is that the same as Winnie the Pooh, isn't it? Or is that different? Here you go. We will do Yayo Trucker. There you go. The flowers are out. Essentially, all the rundown is Yayo Trucker is she's a ballerina. They met. They got married super, super quick after like 14 days or something ridiculous. He's 30 years her senior. Allegedly, she was after his money. They were starting, she's spending a lot of the money and stuff like that. They argued. They sort of split up. His daughter didn't know that they got married. And basically, they got an argument and he shot her. Sorry, she shot him. Pew pew. And here we are now. Here we are. She's saying it was in self-defense because he was attacking her, and obviously the state is saying it was, she meant to just alleviate him. So yeah, that's the basic rundown. Most of it you're going to understand in the trial itself now as we come through it. And I've got a quick video to show you as well from yesterday. It's like a 15-minute, I think, video as well. So we'll go through that because there was the defense tried to put a motion in yesterday to delay the trial and also to get rid of the judge. So as you can imagine, it failed. So Irish, okay. Top of the morning to you, Robin. My maiden name is Utaro. Italian, Utaro. I'm Italiano. Robin Utaro. Utaro, Robin Utaro. But McGowan, strong name as well. That suits you, Robin. I see you as a McGowan. Utaro. I don't see you as a Robin Utaro. I see you as a Robin McGowan. Don't fuck with me, dude. I'll fuck you right up. That's what I get from you, like, don't mess with me type of thing. That name suits you. Good morning, Kim. How we doing? Fucking hell, I'm skipping you, Erin. Okay, I'm still in bed. I just turned up the volume. What did you say about something not singing something? J Love not signing. J Love not signing. He's not training or anything in a minute. Is that my Kimmy? That is your Kimmy, yes. Good morning, my lovelies. A proper a proper Welsh name probably will be 2-minute tongue twister. Absolutely. Llanfair Gwison Gwynwyth or whatever. There's loads of names, your town names. Erin, good morning to you, Danielle. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. I lost my Irish last name when I got married, but you got a lovely now. Hack. Erin Hackster. Hack for short. There you go, Robin. I have Umbro Soccer shorts on, and my last name gets butchered, so this is easy. I don't butcher it. Umburger. I can do it. Just other people. Right. So we got this, right? Let me play this. It's a 15-minute thingy. Hello. No, not your real name. You're right. Do you want me to tell everyone your real name? I've done it before. Bergstrong. How are you, Bergstrong? Good morning, Dylan. I'm listening with my hubby. He's in surgery. Oh, good luck to hubby. Good luck to him. Hope he's okay. Berg. I didn't hear that silly dilly thing. No, well, he's not training. He's there at camp, but he's not throwing or anything. He's not doing anything until the contract's sorted. It's pretty well known. You see him, he's walking around. He's the only one walking around in like a t-shirt. He's not throwing. Best wishes to your hubby. There you go. Hippie chick from Indiana. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Thank you. You used to dox me once, and I'd even realised I'd done it once. Right, let's watch this then. This is from yesterday morning before they chose the jury. So there's some audio issues with it, but it will give you a little bit of insight what happened yesterday, just so you know going into this trial.
I'm aware of an emergency motion for a continuance. I'm not aware of any additional.
So again, this is from yesterday morning, people, before the jury was chosen.
Motions that we filed. And I have an oral tennis motion that I'm going to make.
All right, I have your motion to continue.
I think we've articulated it well in the motion, Your Honor. I don't see any reason to go into the specifics any deeper than we delineated in our motion and legal argument. In a nutshell, though, given the recent rulings by the court, especially as it relates to the deprivation of Mr. O'Keefe at counsel table, and what I understand is now an issue about even having his laptop connected to an HDMI cable. Apparently, court services will not allow that because it extends beyond counsel table, and they've deemed it a tripping hazard. We have a lot of our democracy.
It goes out for a little bit, but look at her, right? No offense. Look at the bags and Ashley's. Look at them. Look at the bags there. She's got bags and bags. She's not looking good. And I don't mean that in an offensive way, but she's not like that. She's got skinnier. She's got really skinny, and the bags under her eyelids. Jeepers. So if you, yeah, hopefully you can see them. They're huge. I mean, there's a lot of worry. Don't get me wrong. I know that I understand it. I know the pressure she's under, but like from the last hearing, if you remember the last hearing, the judge asked her, are you okay with everything? Moving forward, and she was like, yeah, I guess so. I think she's resounded to the self that she's going to prison. To me, she looks like a woman that's just given up. From the sounds of her speaking the last hearing and looking at her now, wow. This is back from 2020. I mean, this is the pressure of her life. I think she thinks she's going to prison. That's my opinion. But wow. Right, let's go back to it. But when I saw this yesterday, I was like, whoa, poor woman. Where's it gone? She doesn't have a kid now, I don't believe. Doesn't have it now, I believe. I don't 100% know. So, hang on, let me just take this off. Hey, Jude. Right. There's no volume. It's muted for a little bit. So let me.
There was a bunch of emails going back and forth, but I don't rule on emails, sir.
Judge, it's just so we're clear, it's my position. This is not an issue that should be dignified by a formal motion. Connecting my assistant's laptop to assist me in defending Ms. Benefield and requiring a formal motion for something so perfunctory is an indication of just how difficult the court has sought to make this for the defense from day one. That's my position, Your Honor, respectfully.
So I haven't even been mentioned, other than the fact my judicial assistant was copied on some emails going back and forth about this issue. Did you just expect me to jump in?
Yes, in fact, I did.
Okay, well, that would be inappropriate. So tell me where you want to run the cable from and what the problem is.
We need the laptop connected. As the court well knows, Mr. O'Keefe has not been permitted to sit at counsel table, so the cable needs to extend to this back bench for Mr. O'Keefe and court services.
To where?
Where?
To your table?
To the back bench. It needs to go past our table.
Oh, it goes mute again. Quizzical Girl, hello to you. Patty Murphy, hello to you. Hello, my lovelies. Right, it goes mute now and again.
Has never practiced law in Your Honor's court, so I don't quite understand the state's position, but he's going to hit the button.
All right. The great motion of the cable is resolved.
Thank you.
And we can move on to the.
And as I've articulated in our motion, the reasons why we think continuance is appropriate. That's our emergency motion to continue.
Thank you. State.
Judge, we object, and we find that there's no valid reason for a continuance.
All right. The question I have is, late last week, I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday, I received a motion. I don't know if I have it in my pile, under 90.702 Dvorck for the defendant's expert. And I don't remember his name, but it was referenced last week.
Just a reminder, this was from yesterday, people, just so in case you're not sure. What was your take in this case? Do you think yourself to... Do you know what? I don't have an opinion, Danielle. I genuinely don't have an opinion on it. I do think they're going to be hard-pressed to prove self-defense, but I'm genuinely waiting to look at the evidence. I'm going to presume she's innocent unless proven guilty on it, Danielle, to be quite honest with you. I know some people have different views, but that's my view on it. She's innocent. I want to see the state, the prosecutors work at this and prove to me and prove to you guys that she's definitely guilty. And always, also, I want to see the charges, what they have to prove to make her guilty. So I want to see those charges as well at the end to see if they have ticked all the boxes. So it's a mix of that, Danielle, to be quite honest.
So,
Yes, sir.
all right. Typically, that would be heard prior to trial. sufficient time for both sides to have a ruling and be prepared.
I understand, Judge, and that was a response really to what happened on Tuesday, because we thought we had handled it the appropriate way, and evidently we had not, and so I was trying to correct it. I did put in the motion that I understand is normally a pretrial motion, but in order to not have Mr. Ferris have to come here and try to handle it this morning when we're trying to pick a jury, we have no objection to just having it basically Thursday, whatever morning he would be here, because the state has objections to his testimony on many grounds, and we have a fear that it's going to be a situation where we're objecting, which is going to be awful for the jury and for the court. It's going to delay things. So that was our hopes, that we could have some kind of hearing when Your Honors thinks it's appropriate to discuss whether or not his expertise as a domestic violence expert qualifies him to testify during this trial.
All right.
And, I'm sorry. Sorry, Judge. I left out. Our other thought was some of it depends on what comes out during trial. And so it's kind of hard to handle it pre-trial. As we discussed last week, some of the other things are very difficult, and which is the other reason we thought it might be more appropriately heard right before he was going to testify.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
The procedural hurdle that raises is going to be, if I deny the state's Dvorck challenge, or whatever the ruling may be, but it's against the state, you certainly have the right to appeal. And I think the problem would be if we're in the middle of trial and it's late this week or sometime early next week, the difficulties that could raise.
We understand, Judge. I think we're past that point we're at the point of we're ready for this trial to go and to get it through. So
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Any final thoughts?
Yeah. Well, as I raised earlier, not only did the court issue a cutoff date for motions, but both sides signed off on that cutoff date, and that cutoff date is long past. So this request for a Dvorck hearing is beyond tardy, and I think the court should deny it. It's as simple as that.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I think both parties were filing motions and asking for hearing time well past the cutoff. All right, in considering the motion to continue, we start with the, although I'm not sure all of these factors or elements were argued by both sides. Whether the denial of the continuance creates an injustice for the movement, whether the cause for the request was unforeseeable, whether the cause for the request was dilatory practices, and whether the opposing party would suffer any prejudice, injustice, or convenience. Looking at the Fleming factors, I don't need to make a great deal of factual findings, but the main thrust, as I'm understanding it from the motion and the argument today, is the issue of Mr. O'Keefe sitting at counsel table. I think I've made sufficient allowances for him to be near and present, but not at counsel table. I don't find that there's an injustice. Unforeseeable or unforeseeability. Certainly, I don't think this is an unforeseeable ruling based upon the scant case law that's available and the fact it's a matter of discretion for the trial court. I think certainly both sides have noticed and can expect, as experienced attorneys, that sometimes the courts rule favorably to you and sometimes they rule against your position. And if there's issues that need to be brought up before the court and well in advance of trial, they should be. But when issues are brought before me by motion, I rule on them, and I have not been dilatory in my rulings. And as opposed to the other side, certainly this case has been pending since around September of 2020. It's now July of 2024. I think the state has every right to and is ready to go to trial. I think both sides are and should be ready at this point. There's been more than sufficient time for preparation. Again, the incident complained of and the information happened in September of 2020. I don't find that there's any prejudice from the rulings that I've made regarding Mr. O'Keefe and where he's sitting. So in addressing the Fleming factors and the McKay factors, based on the obtained factors, I will deny the motion to continue.
And simple, I left you.
All right, was that all of your motions? Or was
No,
there?
I have two left, Your Honor. The first one is pretty small and simple. I wonder if the court would have any objection if we bring in to assist with the mechanics of this trial, a very small portable table so that Mr. O'Keefe can have something to put his laptop on. We can put it back there,
How big of a table?
like a little tray table, Your Honor.
Like a dinner table or a TV tray?
Yeah, the equivalent of like a TV.
If it's the size of a TV tray, I think that'll be fine because it'll just sit right in front of him and that shouldn't block ingress or egress from that side.
Very good. Thank you, Judge. My last motion, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this motion.
Now, listen to this motion. Fuck, this guy's got balls. He's basically going to ask the judge to recuse himself. I mean, here we go.
For the court to voluntarily disqualify itself. And if the court would be kind enough to allow me to make my record, I'd appreciate it. This is an appeal to the court's sense of honor, integrity, and to the oath that the court took when sworn into the office that it now holds to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, specifically the Sixth Amendment right to a fair trial, and the Florida Constitution's Due Process Clause in Article 1, Section 9 of the Florida Constitution. The court's order of September 18, 2023, denying Ms. Benefield's request for judicial immunity. On page 26, in the third paragraph, Your Honor, reads as follows. Considering the totality of the competent and substantial evidence admitted during the stand your ground hearing, the state has proven by clear and convincing evidence that the victim's homicide was not a singular act of necessary self-defense, but was instead the culmination of a lengthy, concerted effort by the defendant to eliminate the victim from her life and the life of their child. When the defendant's efforts to enlist the assistance of law enforcement, child protective services, and the judicial system failed, she took matters into her own hands, as she told Dr. Broder she would. Now, had the court issued a neutral order that would have or should have read that the state has met its burden by clear and convincing evidence for purposes of the request for judicial immunity and the defendant's motion is denied, it would have gone on and said whether the shooting was justified is a question of fact to be properly submitted to a jury at the trial of this matter. How can Ms. Benefield possibly receive a fair trial with the conclusion that the court reached in that order? Make no mistake, that order says Ms. Benefield is guilty of the crime with which she is charged. Ironically, we're here this morning to select jurors, and the court is going to instruct them that they are to presume Ms. Benefield innocent of the charges against her. How in the world can we expect that of the jury when the court cannot extend that presumption and honor it based upon what the court's words, not ours, what the court wrote in its order? That conclusion specifically, Judge White, help explain why at this stage the court has, among other things, quashed defense witness subpoenas and told the defense they can prove it some other way, when it's our case and our right to a fair trial, and we decide the best manner in which to present our case within rules of evidence and criminal procedure, why Your Honor has denied Jack O'Keefe from assisting me in the trial of this case, and why the court at the last hearing that we had on its own suggested to the court that perhaps the right action on behalf of the court would be to file, on behalf of the state, would be to file a Daubert challenge. The record of that hearing will specifically note that the defense requested a Daubert challenge in response to the state's motion. The state never did. The court suggested that to the state at that hearing, and lo and behold, the very next day, the state filed a motion requesting a Daubert challenge. As the court knows, according to Florida Statute 3810, you can move to recuse the court based upon demonstrated bias or prejudice. Rule 2.330 of the Florida Rules of General Practice in Judicial Administration likewise provides for the disqualification of the trial judge. Now, here's the problem. There's a time limitation. It's imposed in the Rules of Judicial Administration in the case law. And frankly, I missed it. And I missed it because at the time the court entered its order on September 18th, 2023, it was quite some time following the stand your ground hearing. And we were not only focused on filing the appeal, but by the time the appellate court acted and the second DCA denied our motion, I had just missed it. And I take responsibility for that. That, therefore, is why I asked the court, based on its order, to voluntarily take the high road and step aside voluntarily, and give, in doing so, objective recognition to the oath Your Honor took to support and defend our constitutions, which includes, as the court knows, an opportunity for a fair trial by an accused, by an impartial jurist. So I asked the court to do the right thing. There's no getting around what the court wrote in that order.
Would you like to be heard?
Judge, I would just like to say that in a stand your ground hearing, the court is the trier of fact, and the court does need to make factual findings. And the fact that that is being held against the court, I think, is quite unfair. The court is not the trier of fact in a jury trial. The jury is. There has been nothing in the court's rulings to show any animus towards this defendant. I quite frankly think this is the defendant's MO. This is what she does. When someone doesn't agree with her or a judge does not agree with her, she does a motion to recuse. I feel like this should have been done a year ago if it was going to be done. It was only done at this late time because of the court's rulings did not go in the defense's favor, and this is their last-ditch effort. The state would also say, if the court was inclined to grant this, that we just flip-flop judges right now and start this trial this morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any final thoughts on your motion?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Any final thoughts on your motion?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so the jury questionnaires, we don't.
I can tell you, he does not address it. What do you think the judge's decision will be? He does not address it. He just goes straight on to the jury, and then that's it. It's only an extra 2 minutes. So yeah, he does not address it. As simple as that. He literally ignores him. It was like, right, on to the jury stuff. I personally don't think he should have done it because they've gone for a motion of continuous. That's denied. This is denied. That's why this judge, in all fairness, what I've seen from this judge, he's been very good throughout so far. So in some circumstances, I would agree with Gitmo. He shouldn't kiss the judge's feet. I think all he's doing at the minute is pissing him off with all these motions about tables, wires. It's like, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so Rebecca, you didn't miss anything. That was from yesterday. Basically, the defense asked the judge for continuous. He said no. They asked for the court to allow Mr. O'Keefe, the assistant, to have, or paralegal, I should say, to have a table in front of him, and also for wiring to be stretched enough to reach him, because apparently court wasn't allowing that. He's agreed to that, and then that was a motion for the judge to recuse himself, because he found there was enough evidence there to find Ashley Benefield guilty of the crime of murder in the second degree. So he's trying to say, well, the defense trying to say is he's biased because he already thinks that she's guilty. So, but you can see he did not address it. He just went, "Fuck you, move on." So yeah, it's like, yeah, please hit that like. Hey, you know what's going to happen if you don't hit the like. There's 44 likes. Hang on, you know what's going to happen. I'm going to play this numerous times today if you don't. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. I like this judge as well. Not late. There you go. I think it could be spicy trial. I think her defense attorney is very spicy as well. I think so. Yeah, he's pissing him off, but he's also telling him there's something he needs to make up for. I think the judge. I don't think this judge. And in some cases, I would agree with you. By the way, here I do agree with that thinking, but I generally think this judge is good. I don't think this judge gets swayed by anything. I think he's been very fair from what I've seen so far. In all of this. So that's why I'm a little bit like, don't think it's going to work this time. Hey, Sherry, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. So, Lorraine, no, that is another case in Salt Lake City, I think. I forget her name now. Corey Richards, I got it. Carol's got it. You're all over it. Carol, yeah, so it's the different one. John. No, Lorraine, I think you think, yes, that's it. Corey Richards just thinking of, yes. That's the one, Nikki. This one was all over the crime shows a few years ago. Yeah. This judge is better than Judge Bev Cano. From what we've seen so far, yes. So the only thing I'm not going to like about this judge is if he does an hour, he said lunch will be an hour to hour and a half. If he does that, I'm going to be pissed with this judge. An hour and a half lunch breaks. But hang on, let me just do this. Good morning, Lisa Louise. How are you doing, my darling? Okay. Morning, Sherry. Right, here we go. Smash the like. Hey, Amy. How we doing? Keep it moving. How we doing, Amy? Nice to see you, my darling. Right, let me put this up here. Da 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 da. There you go. I'll put that there. I need to change that there. Put that there. So it's there ready. I'll put another stream up as well, just in case. Hey, Tracy, how we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Lady, you follow me. Amy's following she's in the weeds, following everybody. Spacey Stacy, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. James, not hard to be Auntie Bev. No, you're right. Sing us a song. I am the one and only. Sorry, James. It's too early for me. I'll sing you a song later on. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. James and I. For a second, I thought I was watching a replay of Karen Reid when I heard the name O'Keefe. I know. I had to stop it twice. I was like, what? What? I'm very well, thank you, Lisa. Nice to see you, my darling. Lovely to see you. Good to see you, and good to see you as well, Amy, as always. Lovely to see you. Thank you all. Looks like I'm really going into this one as a juror because I have not watched anything about this. It's the best way, Lorraine. It's the best way. I think it's great that you come in as a juror. Fresh eyes, it's good. It's good. I just love it. Good morning, Crime Junkie. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Nice. Truth Valley Space say, hey, my ladies. Getting ready to make some coffee. I got my coffee here ready. I got my coffee. You girls are just we all just came in from Tom CPU. There you go. Hi, Amy. So you just missed. I played. Oh, hello. Here she is. She's looking a little bit better today. She was not looking good yesterday. I'll be honest with you. She had massive bags yesterday. We just played a clip of her yesterday. She's not looking good. She's looking a lot more comfortable today. Hang on, let me put this up here. She's a very good-looking lady. She hasn't got the bags today. She doesn't have the bags today, people. Like, she was literally yesterday, huge bags under her eyelids yesterday. Today, she's looking fit. She's looking good today. Do you think there's more men on the jury that would be attracted to her? Will that influence people? I don't know. Let's hope they're not weird shenanigans in this trial that there's been. Oh, there will be. Hey, Lisa, I've just played a video of the defense attorney trying to get a continuance yesterday for this trial and also trying to get the judge to recuse himself. And there was a motion for the guy behind Ashley, the paralegal, to get a tray. There's a tray. He got his tray today, people. So the motion worked. He's got his tray. There is his tray for his fucking hell. Jeepers. Let me mute this bad boy. Shit in hell. Stop. Right, let me mute you for a second. Jeepers. Good morning, Dylan. Wake Sean up. Hey, Maureen. Yeah, I'm not sure what Sean's doing today. I've actually been messaging with Sean already. But yeah, he's doing good though. I'm also hoping, Patty, I'm also going to be coming into this case like, a juror. I had not been following this case at all. I wasn't even 100% sure what the alleged crime is. Second-degree murder. She's 100% shot and killed her husband. 100%. But she's saying it's, what do you call it? Self-defense. Basically, that's the whole argument, self-defense. Incredible hair. Yesterday, she looked rough. I'm not trying to be a dick about this, right? But she looked rough yesterday. Today, she's looking fine. She's looking good today. So there must be more men on the jury, I think. She is beautiful. I'll be honest with you. That will play a factor with men on the jury. It will. Good morning, Rachel. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Great, thank you. You sound like you enjoyed your time off. Happy to see all the likes today. Yes, thank you, Sherry. And send my love to that man of yours as well. Hope he's doing well. Cheese and rice. Did I say the other words? Did I? Sorry if I did. Thanks for the update. No worries. How is Shitan? Has she been out? Yeah, she's on bail. She's on bail. She's been on bail for, I think, since she's arrested November 2020, and she's been on bail ever since. So this happened in September 2020, and she's on bail ever since. Let me just put the volume back on. Now, don't scare me again. In the backseat, Oliver Hardy in the backseat. Oh, she's coming again. I'm sorry to say, but for some men, her beauty is going to play a part in this, because you look at her, she's just too innocent. So it might play a factor. I'm not sure. Cheese and rice. Loves it, Chrissy. She's going to dance during defense opening. The ballerina. Could you imagine spray tan in jail, lady? Can you imagine? Yes. Her attorney thinks he's a badass, but this judge won't put. No, he will not. The judge put him in his place yesterday already. I just don't think he pissed this judge off. I think this judge is very good. What I've seen so far. Spray tan and commissioner, yes. 100%. I already think she's innocent. I mean, she's. I'm joking. I already think she's innocent because she deserves that presumption of innocent unless proven guilty. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, she's looking different today than what she was yesterday. Let me see if I can find that from yesterday. She's not looking good yesterday, people. Hang on, Ashley. Here she is from yesterday. Let me flip this now. So this was her yesterday, right? Just yesterday. Look at this. Look at the fucking. She got huge bags. Huge bags there. She looks no tan there. She looks like, really like. I'll be honest, she's not looking very good in my opinion. Very, very solo, just looking down, whatever. Flip that though. To today, she's looking fine. Looking fine. Hello. So that's a difference a day makes, isn't it? What a difference a day makes. Her hair even looks nicer today. Yeah. They may see her as femme fatale. Maybe. I don't know. I was just adding, thank you. Good to braid and twist her hair every day like Amber Turd. Thank you, Sherry, my darling. I think the men may be more likely to think gold digger. I don't know, because I'm looking at her now thinking, woof. Because you're going to say I don't know. Let's wait. But first impressions from my psyche here is, I'm going to look at her and go, fucking hell, wow, hello. That's my first impressions. I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but that is my first impressions. That's not her attorney. That is her, the one behind it. That's a paralegal. Good save the land. Oh, what have I said? What have I said now? What have I said now? Maybe that's what it is. But today she looks fresh. She looks good. She looks, she was looking like she hadn't slept. Yes, but today she just looks like a total different woman. Sticky, yeah. You're good with the tech. Looks like a moustache. Oh, that. Hey, Toots. Her hairstyle's severe. It's hot, not sleeping, or scared crop. It is, but I think my point is that today she looks like a totally different woman. Totally different woman today. To what we saw yesterday, So that's all. That's a paralegal. That's a paralegal, not her lawyer. Just lol. Yeah, Robin. Oh, don't mess with Robin McGowan. Master manipulated that. Yeah, 100%. And it would work on a lot of men. Trust me. It would work on a lot of men. That's a paralegal. Probably does. Oh, I think she does. Yeah, I think so. Sorry. I don't know. Big guy. He's a big guy. Hey, I'm not fussy. My type is I'm not fussy. No, I'm joking. But I'm trying to give an impression of, like, as a man now going into this, your first impression of what looking at her is going to be like. I don't care if you are going to think like, whoa, she's looking. Whether that's right or wrong, obviously that's not going to, you're not going to make a decision on that, but that will have a little bit of an impact. Yes, sweaty paralegal. Sweat in the winter. I do. I sweat a lot as well. Benefield bar. Maybe. No, I've got no reason for it. It's just, as I say, it's a little bit suspicious for me that she, from one day to the other. I get it. I understand why she has bags. I understand why she can't sleep. Or I generally, we watched a hearing here last week where the judge asked her, you happy to proceed to trial? And she just went, well, I don't think I've got any choice. I just felt that she's given up already. I think she knows she's going to prison. I think she knows. That's the impression I get from her. But again, she could be manipulating all this. I'm not going to second guess myself. Maybe. I watched that as well, but I'm trying to put it all out of my mind for it and just come in fresh again. You know, that's what I'm trying to do. Give a try. Yeah, that's certain. Or the prosecution have arrived. You are hot. Who is hot? I am. Am I hot? Am I hot? Imagine how wet that. To marry to her, all you need is an armor. Should laugh. Hey, Lou. Hey, everyone. Sad day today. We had to say goodbye to a beloved. Oh, no. So sorry, Lou. So sorry to hear that, my darling. Hope you're well, though. I hope baby Archie's cheering you up a little bit. That's a sad day. Not a good day. I'm sorry, my darling. That man, I think he used him for money, yeah. I always try and wear t-shirts and shorts if I can, wherever I go.
All right, good morning, everybody. While you're getting settled in, we're back on the record in State of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield, 2020 CF 3014. It's Tuesday morning. We're getting ready to begin the first day of trial with preliminary instructions and opening statements, and then we'll start with the calling of witnesses. They're bringing the jury up right now. State, is there anything we need to cover before we bring them in?
Yeah. Yes. It's not really. Sorry. I have the jury instructions for redactions and the transcripts. I just have to find them, Judge, but they're.
I have both of those.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I prepared them in case you needed them. Thank you.
Anything before we bring the jury in?
Not before opening statements. I do want to alert the court that we want the opportunity to address Your Honor on some of the witnesses that the state intends to call this morning before they actually testify for some motions.
All right. So it would probably be better to do that now, I would think. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send the jury out. We'll have argument. Then we'll call the witness. Then I send them out. Each time you're going to make argument.
Sure. Whatever the court's preference is. So what we have worked out between the parties, Your Honor, is that we're going to provide the other side with a list of the witnesses that we respectively intend to call for the next day of trial. So pursuant to that informal agreement, we received yesterday a list by the state of several witnesses that they intend to call today. I don't know that it's in any particular order, but one of them is Tommie Benefield, another is Eva Benefield, and Alicia Benefield, Fires rather, and several others. And we have some concerns that we want to raise with the court before the witnesses actually testify, to everything ranging from relevance. For example, Your Honor, Eva Benefield, with all due respect to her having lost her father, we do not see anything that she has to say that is relevant to this inquiry. We took her deposition and we concluded that was clearly the case. As to a witness such as Tommie Benefield, his stand your ground testimony was rife with hearsay and information that he did not have personal knowledge of. And of course, we want to preclude that here in the trial. some of the witnesses, such as Alicia Byers and Barbara Russell, Your Honor. We believe that the state's intent on calling these witnesses is to go down the child abuse road. We are extremely concerned with that for several reasons, not the least of which is relevance. This is, after all, a homicide trial. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole of chasing whether or not this child was actually abused. We don't think it has any relevance. It's completely collateral to the charges that Ms. Benefield is on trial for. And most importantly, perhaps on the 403's analysis, we firmly believe and we fear. We don't know that it will inure to our detriment any more than it might inure to the state's detriment, but raising the issue of child abuse is going to confuse this jury. It's going to distract their attention from the ultimate issue for which we're here, which is whether or not this shooting was justified. We acknowledge that Ms. Benefield was responsible for the shooting. All that's left is it was either self-defense or it wasn't. And if we go down that rabbit hole, we fear that it's going to create issues in the minds of the jurors that they're going to wonder, for the same reason that Your Honor concluded Kimberly Griffith really had nothing relevant to add. The court, we believe, has staked out, if you will, the admissible parameters, that being specifically what law enforcement did as it relates to this. And they, indeed, we tend to call Deputy Moreland, for example, who was the deputy that accompanied the CPT team in some of these interviews. But we feel that if it gets into the substance of those statements, it's going to create problems for all of us.
The substance of what statements?
Of whether or not there was child abuse, allegations of child abuse. That was never resolved. And I might point out to the court, there were allegations of abuse because of various injuries that the child was returned with, and because of some of the behavior that the child exhibited. But those allegations were not confined in one place. There were two professionals, a pediatrician as well as a psychologist, that were responsible for some of those allegations. We just don't see what possible relevance that could have. And when you balance the probative value of that against the danger of unfair prejudice, again, I'm not sure which side the unfair prejudice is going to be directed at, because I think child abuse is going to raise the eyebrows of every one of those jurors, especially if we have 5 women on the immediate panel. And they may very well, it's kind of like the atomic bomb, they may very well feel that the state should have done more and hold it against them. I don't know that they will hold it against us. If they consider the validity of the allegations. And if they consider the validity of the allegations, Judge White, there we are. We're now litigating whether or not there was any truth and whether or not the child was actually abused. And I think it's going to be a mistake, respectfully.
Thank you. Give the response.
Judge, I do not intend to ask Barbara Russell or Alicia Byers about child abuse or anything like that. That is not why they're being called. So if that was the concern, then there should not be a concern. As for Eva Benefield, she is going to testify just about background, the tenor of this relationship when they first met and that type of thing, which I think is relevant. Also, Tommie Benefield, I recognize he testified to a lot in the stand your ground that may not be relevant at this point. So I have tailored my questions down to just what he saw in her.
Final thoughts?
Yeah, the only thing I would say in response is, as for Eva Benefield, Your Honor, I think she's being called for the sympathy factor, having lost her father. There's nothing about the background, about her being in the house periodically that sheds any relevance on this. We took her deposition. She has no knowledge of any of the specific events. The only thing at best that she can say, and I think this is why the state's calling her, is it's going to be an effort to introduce an appropriate character evidence of Ms. Benefield. Eva Benefield relates in a couple of incidents in her deposition where Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers, spoke with Eva and tried to tell her how dangerous her father was. And of course, being a young girl, or for that matter, just out of a sense of loyalty to her father, which is understandable, she was put off by that. And whether or not that is offered in an effort to portray Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers, as mean or spiteful, would really be inappropriate character evidence. And we have not opened that door. And as the court well knows, if that doesn't come in, it's inadmissible until such time as we do. So I don't see respectfully any relevance to that. Balanced against the sympathy factor, I don't think she's an appropriate witness.
All right, thank you both very much. Of the four names you mentioned, of course, Tommie Benefield testified at the Stand Your Ground hearing. And while I'm sure you both remember that I had a footnote where I mentioned that during the Stand Your Ground hearing, I allowed quite a bit in because as the court, I think I am capable of knowing what's admissible and what's relevant in making a legal determination. So I allowed a lot more in than I would allow in during this trial. And I hinted at that, or I think I actually stated it pretty expressly in one of my footnotes, that just because it came in at the Stand Your Ground hearing does not mean it's coming in at the trial, subject to appropriate objection. The only person that, of the four you mentioned, that testified at the Stand Your Ground hearing is Mr. Benefield, Tommie Benefield. And State, I just heard you acknowledge that you understand that a lot of his testimony, and I'm not going to put a percentage on it, was allowed, that may not be admissible at trial. Eva Benefield did not testify. I don't know the substance of her testimony, what it's going to be. I've heard about a deposition that was taken, so I know you've had the opportunity to at least depose her and speak with her. Alicia Byers, so I had not even heard that name except reading it off of the witness list yesterday. So Alicia Byers is the defendant's mother.
Yes, sir.
And you're calling her?
Yes.
Okay. And then, of course, I know Dr. Russell, we had the hearing with her. All I can say at this point is with kind of generic non-specifics. I don't feel like there's really any blanket ruling I can put on any of these particular witnesses. What I heard from the defense was hearsay as to Tommie Benefield. That may very well be the case to some of his testimony, lack of personal knowledge, whatever it might be. Eva Benefield is just a general relevance, and I don't know. I haven't even seen her deposition. I haven't had her at a pretrial hearing, so I don't know what her testimony is going to be. So at that point, I can just say object as you see fit. And Ms. Byers and Ms. Russell, I heard some of Ms. Russell's testimony at a prior hearing, but we didn't get into anything about child abuse or allegations of child abuse. And I have no idea what Ms. Byers is going to say. So all I can say is I'm not aware of a ruling I can make at this point other than just to follow the rules of evidence. Before I bring the jury in, I did want to welcome everybody that's in the audience. Please check now to make sure that your cell phones are silenced or off. There is no recording, audio or video in the courtroom. You can certainly speak with our media relations folks about how to get into the pool feed or If you want to take pictures, we certainly have a media room where that can be done. There's not to be any cell phone use in the courtroom. I generally don't get too upset if people are they need to send or receive a text related to work or something like that. That's just fine, just as long as it's not distracting. So that allowance can very well change as the trial goes on. I'll also say with a group this size, it's not uncommon for people to need comfort breaks at various times throughout the case. I would ask if we could keep the in and out to a minimum. It can be distracting to the jury. And as I mentioned to the jury yesterday, I want them 100% focused on the testimony and evidence of this case. So if you can try and take your breaks, step out and come back in whenever we have a break between witnesses, maybe during bench conferences and so forth. I do appreciate it.
Judge, can I raise one other issue? I'm sorry, just as a prophylactic measure, reminding the court and the state of the agreement we have that there should be no reference to the stand your ground hearing. It should instead be reference to just another hearing, and instruct our witnesses accordingly.
I think we should be clear on that.
Yes, and I instructed my witnesses.
Thank you.
All right, nobody's invoked the rule. Are we invoking the rule?
Yes. Actually, that raises one last issue, if I can. I think this has to be an ex parte conversation. Very brief ex parte conversation with the court.
Okay.
Oh, does she get to hear? Oh, she does. So sidebar, she does get to hear. Okay. No, so we're not started yet, people. We were supposed to start, but then the defense wanted to bring some stuff up, and we're still here at the minute. Her lawyer's going to piss him off, I think. I will see either. Yeah, I mean, that's a daughter. She will allegedly testify today. We'll see. Right. I'm very quickly going to change streams, people.
That raises one last issue, if I can. I think this has to be an ex parte conversation. Very brief ex parte conversation with the court.
Okay.
Yeah, so the state that call in the daughter. So I think Court TV is like 20 seconds behind, but it's not got the same kind of clutter on it. So I'd rather use it, and the volume is better. So and that's why I'm using Court TV, people, before you start. What's going on? So yeah, the prosecution are going to be calling the daughter, Ashley's mother, and some of the family members. So we'll see. Life artist, hello to you. Yeah, Eva could be there all the time. I think she'll be allowed to be there anytime she wants. State should call in defense mum. I say yes. No, that she is. Yes, they are. Yeah, so I like this. So any sidebars, the defendant can hear everything, which I like this. I like this. I've only seen this a couple of times. Yeah, we watched that. They did a motion for. We played it this morning. It was yesterday morning. Motion to continue, as in did one more time. Declined. There's emotions about some trays and stuff like that and wires. Fine. And then he asked the judge to recuse himself. Because obviously the judge ruled in the Stand Your Ground trial last year that he thought there was enough evidence to show that she was potentially guilty of this crime. So the defense believe he's now prejudiced himself, and he's already thinking she's guilty. So he asked the judge to recuse himself, and the judge just totally ignored him and said, I'm carrying on. So, good morning to you, Rhode Island lady. How we doing, my darling? I'm hoping she testifies today so she can get. Yeah, I don't know. I think she's allowed in at all times, but if she testifies, she'll be one of the first to testify. She will be.
All right, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. If there are any witnesses who are present in the courtroom, you must leave at this point, as you cannot hear the testimony of other witnesses. You should not discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with any other witnesses until such time as the court has released you from your subpoena or the trial is over and the jury has been discharged. You may talk to the attorneys, but not if other witnesses are present, and the attorneys cannot tell you what other witnesses have said in court. If you violate the rule of sequestration, you could face contempt proceedings, and if found in contempt of court, you could be ordered to pay a fine, serve time in jail, or both. Each attorney is responsible for advising their witnesses that the rule has been invoked and what this means. If you have a witness that prefers or needs to be instructed on the rule from the court, please advise me well in advance of their appearing so that instruction can occur outside the presence of the jury. I will add a caveat to my normal rule of sequestration admonition that I have been made aware that the case, the trial is online. I don't know if it's live as we're going or if it's just available online somewhere after the fact. But the rule of sequestration would also prevent witnesses from watching the trial live or watching a recording of the trial. If they're under subpoena, the rule applies to them. Please advise them of such.
And Judge, just to add on to that, we have Tommie Benefield and Eva Benefield. They will be the first two witnesses, and pursuant to Marcy's law, I would ask that they be allowed to sit in for the rest of the trial. They may be called as rebuttal witnesses. There's a slim chance, but that would only be if the defendant testifies. So if it pleases the court, if that happens and the defendant testifies, then we can ask them to step out for that testimony. But pursuant to Marcy's law, I believe they have a right to be here after they testify.
Do you want to be heard on that?
It's pretty timely, Your Honor. Equal treatment. That's all I ask.
Pursuant to Florida Statute 90.6162A, D, as in Delta, a witness may not be excluded if the witness is, in a criminal case, the victim of the crime, the victim's next of kin, the parent or guardian of a minor child victim, or a lawful representative of such person, unless, upon motion, the court determines such presence to be prejudicial. Do you want to be heard on that, the last prong?
I think given the fact that they're both going to be called as witnesses, yes, I think it would be prejudicial.
State.
And Judge, that's why we're calling them first, so they can testify and get their main testimony out of the way before any of the other witnesses testify. And like I said, the only reason they would be called back is as rebuttal to if the defendant testifies. So I think we can solve the problem if the defendant chooses to testify, if we just remove them from the courtroom for that testimony.
All right, the rule is very specific. In a criminal case, the victim of the crime, the victim's next of kin, the parent or guardian of a minor child victim, or a lawful representative of such person. It's the disjunctive, not the conjunctive. So pick one. You can have the victim's next of kin or a lawful representative of such person. Pursuant to Marcy's law and pursuant to Rule 90.6162D, I don't find that one of their presences would be overly prejudicial. as we usually would, keep them in the back, and it shouldn't be a problem.
What is the statute the court cited?
90.6162A. And of course, if somebody's released from their subpoena, all right, that was a lot for not having any motions. You ready to go? State?
Yes.
Yes. Defense. Okay. Bring the jury.
Oh, right. Now we're off. Half an hour late, but now we're away at the races, people. We're away at the races. Strap in, people. This is going to be a long trial thing. Oh. When they do zoom in, you can see the bags, but when they zoom out, I have no idea, Shari. No idea. I don't think so.
You all can have a seat. We stand for you. All right, you all can have a seat. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. I see some of you brought your jackets and some layers to be comfortable in. So now you get to sit in the nice, comfortable seats as you listen to the testimony. As you notice, those seats do turn and swivel as you need to. I do have some initial instructions before we begin. I do want to ask, though, and again, you're going to get tired of hearing this from me because every time we separate and every time we come apart, I'm going to get some confirmation from you. So did anybody begin deliberations or talking about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody talk about the case with anybody outside of this group? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Thank you very much for honoring those very important traditions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Ashley Christina Benefield. This is a criminal case. Ms. Benefield is charged with murder in the second degree with a firearm. The definition of this crime will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Ms. Benefield, in accordance with the law that I will give you at the end of the case. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as evidence. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you the initial instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have an opportunity, if they wish, to make closing arguments to you. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude by giving you the final jury instructions. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to the jury room to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by me. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. Do not research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel, one of the deputies, or myself of that violation. During the trial, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once, and you are to immediately report that matter to the court deputies who will advise me. You cannot use any cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices in this courtroom. If you have an electronic device with you, please turn it off or silence it while we are in court. You may use these devices throughout the trial and during recesses, but even if then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people and places involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or your fellow jurors. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court will receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. I previously gave you my business card, which has my judicial assistant's direct line. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, my judicial assistant will notify the clerk or myself, and then we'll handle the situation as necessary. Was everybody able to give that information to whoever may need it? All right. If not, make sure you do so. This case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any places or people discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved in the case. Do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. As I said yesterday, make me the bad guy and tell them you are under very strict orders from the court. You can't talk about it. You can't hear about it. You can't discuss it until this case is over and you're released from your obligations. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about or communicate about this case using phones, computers, or other electronic devices. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in this courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for this case. Likewise, the parties have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which guarantees every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having these opportunities that our judicial system guarantees.
Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not guess or speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, if I sustain or uphold an objection, you must not guess or speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. Many times these conferences will occur at my bench, where the attorneys will approach, we'll have a conversation, and it'll be done. But sometimes the matters that we need to discuss more in depth, it's just much easier if I excuse you back to the jury room. The attorneys stay at their desk where they have all their materials, and we have more of a normal conversation. So either way that it happens, please rest assured that we will address those matters as quickly as possible in order to have that fair and orderly trial of the case. You are permitted to take notes during the trial, and you have been provided with a notepad and a pen for use to take those notes. Any notes that you take will be for your own personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the court deputy will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed all of your deliberations and you are discharged, the court deputy will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved with note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should only be used as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Before I go too far, I see you all have your pads. If you haven't already taken the cap off, test the pen. Just make sure it works. All right, everybody's good. Now, if you are a prodigious note taker like I am and you run out of paper, let us know. We've got boxes and boxes of paper for you if you need them. And if your pen starts running out, just hold it up, shake it for us, let us know. We'll get you know them. We got boxes of them. All right. Oh, also, I don't have them right here. If at any point during the trial you have a difficult time hearing someone, maybe it's soft-spoken, maybe they're far away, whatever it might be. If you have any difficulty hearing, just give one of the deputies the universal sign. Remember the old Carol Burnett? Anybody? Yeah. Okay, a couple. Give the universal sign, and we can get you those headphones. Like I said, they're piped into all of these microphones and makes it really easy to hear. It'll help a lot. Also, some trials we have, there's quite a few observers. It's a public courtroom, and sometimes there's not a whole lot of observers. So there's going to be people going in and out of the courtroom throughout this trial. That's just fine. It can be distracting when that door opens a lot. I'm going to ask that you do everything you can to set aside those distractions and focus right here. This is the witness stand where the testimony is going to come from. And then, of course, the attorneys will be introducing and showing you any exhibits that are introduced into evidence. So the best you can, keep your focus. The attorneys will now have the opportunity to make an opening statement to you. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence and should not be considered by you as evidence. However, it is important to listen, as this is their chance to tell you what they believe the evidence will be in this case. State.
This case is about a woman who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother. And she did not want the father of this child to have any visitation, her husband. And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal. She tried several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield, were married. They had moved to Florida from South Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida, in Bradenton, they did not live together. Obviously, there were issues. Doug Benefield lived in his own apartment. Ashley Benefield lived with her mother, Alicia Byers, in a home with their daughter. Once she gave birth, she had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living separate, they were still interacting with each other, with the goal, the apparent goal, of seeking reconciliation, reconciling this family and becoming a family. They were going to restaurants, they were going to Selby Gardens, they were hanging out at the pool at Doug Benefield's apartment complex. By all images, they looked like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Benefield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that this shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland, and they were going to move to Maryland. Doug was also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt to reconcile, but they were all going to move to Maryland together. Excuse me. At the time that this happened, everybody was in moving mode. There were boxes everywhere, furniture, beds upended. They had a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their things into. And every day around this time, Doug Benefield was going to Ashley's home to assist her in putting these things into the pod, putting these things into the U-Haul, because the plan was that they were all going to pack up in the next few days and move to Maryland. And it continued to try and work on their relationship. The problem was Ashley Benefield knew that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing, all of this was going to come out. It was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Benefield. That she was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information was to become public. Now, there was no one else at the house at the time of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byers takes her granddaughter and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Benefield was the only person that was armed. It was her gun. She had it from before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two, Ashley Benefield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures. Because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Benefield is not injured. She has some very superficial scratches on her midsection. Who knows where they came from? She had cats in the house, but who knows? But this is the only injury to her. And the third thing is the trajectory of the fatal bullet. Now, he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side. It was not straight on. Doug Benefield was not facing her, coming at her at the time that the fatal shot was fired. Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met, back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later, they married. Doug Benefield was 54 years old. Ashley Benefield was 24 years old. So there was a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days and they got married. Ashley Benefield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer. Her dream was to start a ballet company. And lo and behold, her husband has the money and the connections to get this done. So he begins and she begins to put this ballet company together. And they do put a ballet company together. But before it can actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Benefield has his vasectomy reversed because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled. While Ashley is pregnant, she decides she's too sick from the pregnancy, morning sickness, and that she needs her mother to take care of her. Her mother's in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida. So during her pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother so her mother can take care of her during the sickness. The two never lived together again. This was the last time these two lived together. They continued a long-distance relationship when she first moved to Florida and continued trying to keep it together in communication. But about the same time as the ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Benefield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Benefield was poisoning her with heavy metals, and her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison. There were also other complaints, domestic violence complaints, different types of complaints, but not once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that. Even though she's making these complaints, the victim, Doug Benefield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work. But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Benefield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. And asks her to help him write a letter to her, to Ashley Benefield, to state that he wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life and to please keep in contact with him. Ashley never answers that letter. That letter is sent via email on March 15th of 2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced, her pregnancy is induced, and she gives birth to a daughter. She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born for weeks. And she never responds to the letter. The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Benefield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have more complaints. The complaints revolved around the poisoning and the things that I talked about earlier. And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, or I'm sorry, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Benefield had not seen his child, had not met his child. So he did a cross complaint to say, please let me have contact with my child. I've never even met my child. So this was set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the judge said, no. No, you are not getting a restraining order, and no, you cannot keep this man away from his child. And granted Doug Benefield immediate visitation with his daughter. He met his daughter for the first time. She was 6 months old. And at the time when they were exchanging custody, which was at the sheriff's office for meeting the child, all of this animus had been going on. I mean, they had just had these hearings and all of this. And at that first time sharing, that's what they call it nowadays in family courts, time sharing. At the first time sharing, Ashley starts becoming very nice to Doug and says, basically, I'll go with you for the visitation. And that's what they do. The family goes off for visitation. And that begins a year, approximately a year, of basically them working on the relationship, going out to restaurants, doing things, hanging out together as a family, about a year. Now, Doug never moves in with Ashley. He keeps a separate residence. But after August of 2018, Ashley just stops talking to him. And that time, Doug files is that the defendant started off with 5 different complaints, all revolving not around her this time, but about the child. Because that's visitation with the child. So now these are using the child. Are that Doug.
I paused it because something's wrong. I don't know what it is. Let me switch back to the other. Hang on. It's okay. They're on the sidebar anyway. So, oh no, they're not. I lied to you. Let me go back a little bit here and see if that one works. I don't know what's wrong with that one. I'll go to law and crime. It's not buffering because
I'm helping her. No one has said that Doug cannot see this child, so there's still visitation going on. And in this meeting of all these people, it was decided that Doug and Ashley Benefield will go for a psychological evaluation. So they do. And they go to Dr. Broder, and Dr. Broder does a very extensive psychological evaluation. And he meets with them together. He meets with them separately. He meets with them with the child, whose name is Emerson, by the way. She's a little girl. And at the time of the shooting, she was about not yet 2 years old. During this evaluation, and what you'll hear from Dr. Broder, is that Ashley Benefield acted very different when she was with Doug and when she was not with Doug. When she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland, we're going to work on our relationship, we're going to try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no way, no how, I do not want this, I don't want to reconcile with him. And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is, I want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. That report was coming out at that hearing on September 30th, 2020. So September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up. Now, there had to be a request from both sides, the husband and the wife, to release this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Benefield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. So that report was coming out on the 30th, and on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. Now, you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who's saying them and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make it true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Benefield. And that is murder. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Judge Wright. May I request the clerk to put the screen down? This is the divide between generations. I'm in the old school. I'd like to know that I have a picture and it's reliable. This is the new world. We rely on technology. I'm not sure that I'm a fan. ladies and gentlemen. This is Douglas Benefield. He was 58 when Ashley Benefield was forced to shoot him. Can I see the second picture, please? I want you to note how he's built for a 58-year-old man. Now, despite being raised by a family who taught me that it was ill to speak about the dead in an unflattering sense, I'm going to have some strong words about Douglas Benefield, the alleged victim in this case. I say alleged victim because he was anything but that. The evidence is going to show that Douglas Benefield was a very disturbed man. Of that, I assure you, you'll have no doubt when the case is over. 30 years older than Ashley, he was obsessed with her, and he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not in an effort to win her hand in marriage. Despite promoting himself as a religious, honorable, and decent human being, Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control. Among other things, you're going to learn during this trial that over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking. He threw a loaded gun at Ashley. He punched their dog in the face so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious. He regularly carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire. He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Benefield's vehicle. He was regularly observed following Ashley Benefield in her car, driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her. He was caught by a neighbor at night, standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into Ashley's house. He punched numerous holes in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina. And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence. Ashley Benefield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Benefield himself. Ashley Benefield feared him. That was no secret, ladies and gentlemen. She left him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing how scared she was of him because of all of these acts. She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him. He pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him. He did not care. She She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him. He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield viewed Ashley Benefield as his property. Abusers seek to control their victims, to dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable suspicions in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child. Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one,
An argument, Judge?
ooh. Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants and you'll be safe. These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become hyper-vigilant. Ashley Benefield developed all of those characteristics. So on 9/27/2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not live there. He never resided there. This is at her home in Bradenton. He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was moving to Maryland and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, as the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together. Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happens that results in us all assembling here this morning? It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley's things are going to be unloaded first. And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So, this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right, classic tactics of an abuser, they are threats and intimidation. on this afternoon as the two of them are trying to pack this U-Haul and this pod. In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says after a short while, gee, you know, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow. Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in a hallway, slams his shoulder into her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway, he's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took. Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior, she tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired. No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave. I'm your husband, and I can spend the night if I want to. Well, that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around so that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells right in her face, where do you think you're going? Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, you can't leave me. Ashley somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, I am done. You need to leave now. She commands him to leave the home. Terrified, while in his grasp, because he spun her around, his response is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye. And he yells, I am not done. Fearing for her life, as this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun may be to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He'd pushed her. This time he struck her. Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she has a firearm. She gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving, Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, petrified, she fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sant's house. He's a neighbor. When all is said and done, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Benefield was a violent abuser. Ashley Benefield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved, and that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Are we done for this, for the presentation for now?
Yes.
Okay, what do we think of that? What did we think of the openings? I mean, yeah, just remember, everybody, these don't count. These are just portraying a picture. The next bits, the bits that count. Let me put this 207. Right. I do like the fact that she gets to listen in. I think every court should be like this. I think every court should allow the defendant to listen in.
All right, State, call your first witness.
Tommie Benefield. Tommie.
Right, so here we go, people. First witness, Tommie Benefield. Jeez, Erin, you're on heat. No, that was someone else. That was the Boy in the Box trial, but she's now pleaded, so we don't get to see him anymore. Mark, we don't get to see Mark anymore because she has pleaded out and she's getting probation now. That was Tracy Ferreter, was his defendant, but yeah, she pleaded and she's got something like 10 years probation, no jail time.
The jury, there may be times where it may be a minute or two when witnesses are coming in or when reconfiguring the courtroom. You're going to spend a lot of time sitting during this trial. So if you want, during these breaks, if you want to stand up, please feel free to do so. Kind of stretch a little bit. There's not enough room for yoga poses and calisthenics, but sometimes it just helps you stand up on your feet and move your back a little bit. Please feel free to do that if you need to.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Sorry, follow me, please. That's right.
Hello, Judge.
My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll hear you.
Yes, sir, I will.
Good morning.
Good morning, Suzanne.
Please state your name.
Tommie Douglas Benefield Jr.
Can you spell those?
Yes, ma'am. Tommie IE, middle name Douglas, Douglas, last name Benefield, Benefield, and Jr.
And what was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
I'm Doug's first cousin.
Okay. How close were you and Doug?
Doug and I were completely attached, connected all the way through his adult life at varying times, from daily to semi-annually, certainly quarterly, though, a whole entire adult life.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm currently employed by a major airline out of Atlanta, Georgia, and I run a flight school, or a portion of a flight school, in Vero Beach, Florida, 3 days a week. It's a full-time job.
Okay. And were you and Doug close about flying?
Yes, ma'am. He followed me into the Navy. I was a Navy pilot off aircraft carriers, and Doug stayed with me in the months prior to him going into the Navy. He went through aviation officer candidate school, went through flight school, and then flew for 3 years and 2 deployments off aircraft carriers like I did. Same aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, as a matter of fact.
Okay. How old was Doug Benefield when he died?
All right. He was 5 years younger than me. I'm 68 now. That was 4 years ago. 64. He was 59, I believe.
About how tall was Doug?
5'9", 5'10" at the most.
Approximately how much did he weigh at the time?
My guess is 160, 165. He was slender and fairly small for a male.
Okay. And before Doug moved to Florida, where did he live?
Before he moved.
Before he moved down here to Bradenton, Florida, where did he live?
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to pick a year at that point. I'm sorry. He had a home all the way up until his death in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, just north of Charleston. 701 Preservation Place was the address.
Okay. And he lived at that address before moving to Bradenton, Florida, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then he rented the house out when he moved to Bradenton for visitation of their daughter.
Okay. And before he met Ashley, who did he live with at the house?
The house for multiple years was Doug, his longtime wife Renee, and their daughter Eva. That's prior to Renee's death in 2015, December of 2015.
Okay. So Renee died in 2015. Do you know how she died?
Yes, ma'am. She died of a undiagnosed heart ailment, cardiac arrest.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh,
Not qualified.
Lack of qualifications,
Yes.
overruled on that basis.
was Renee Eva Benefield's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you say that date again? Was 2015 that she died?
I believe it's December 2nd, but I may have the day off, but not the month of 2015.
2015. All right. And I want to ask you now, switch to Ashley. So about how long after Renee died did Doug meet Ashley?
9 months.
Okay. When did you first meet Ashley?
I met Ashley in the spring of 2017. I believe the date was either March 14th or April 14th.
And did you know about Ashley before you met her?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did your meeting come about?
I was flying for Southwest Airlines as a captain at the time. They changed my schedule like they do many times in the airline world. And I ended up not overnighting in Baltimore, Maryland, and they sent me to Charleston, South Carolina. Because I was going to Charleston, I texted Doug and said, hey, I'll be in to Charleston tonight. I'd like to have dinner. And he said, great. Text.
Sustained.
Okay. During your conversations, did he mention the name Ashley?
In the second text chain, which is entered.
Sustained.
I'm asking because,
I can answer the question, ma'am. When I arrived in Charleston, I texted Doug, and his text to me specifically was,
And you can't speak about what Doug said to you,
okay,
but during the text messages, did he indicate to you there was a female involved?
yes, that's the
Okay.
first mention of Ashley to me, that we were not going to have dinner at the airport, and that I was to take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to meet them.
Okay. And was that at their house?
That was at Doug's house. Yes, ma'am. 701 Preservation Place.
Doug's house at the time. All right. And how long were you with them, the two of them together?
4 to 5 hours. We started at the house. We ended up going back to my hotel, getting a piece of medical technology, medical device that was a master trainer in that device. We had dinner together at a pizza restaurant across from the hotel, and then went back to my room in the hotel, the three of us, and certainly 4 to 5 hours that day.
And during this time, did you have multiple conversations with both of them?
We had conversations about everything, especially about how they met,
Okay.
starting at the house, ending at the hotel.
And what did Ashley say about how they met?
She talked about how they met at a political event, a meeting, where Doug and his business investors were.
Personal knowledge.
Defendant's statement.
Yeah, overruled.
You can go ahead.
Both Ashley and Doug told me about how they met the first night at a political meeting, how Ashley had reached out to him before that meeting. They showed me text messages between them for the 10 days between the first meeting and her second meeting with him up in Charleston, Mount Pleasant. They talked about how they had mutual interests, mutual alignment, how they were looking for the same thing in a relationship. They talked about, Ashley talked specifically about her fibromyalgia and pain associated with her ballet dancing days. Ashley talked about her mother, her upbringing, about her father, about the separation there.
Okay.
Do you have an objection
Yes, sir.
on the basis?
Hearsay.
It's my
defendant's
understanding this is the defendant's statement.
statement. Yes.
Or overruled.
Okay. Let me stop you there. So she said that her and Doug met at a political event.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you were meeting with them, were they married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ashley indicate to you when they got married or how long they had been married?
Yes, ma'am. 13 days from first meeting.
That they got married 13 days after they met?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ashley indicate where they got married?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
That was in Mount Pleasant or Charleston. Doug's best friend at the time, Tripp, married them.
Okay. Did Ashley ever discuss with you that she carried a gun?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
She said that on their initial meeting, in the political meeting, that she and Doug's traveling partner in business went outside of Secret Service people, and she showed him the gun she was carrying at that event in her bra.
Okay. And she talked to you about this during your meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to jump forward a little bit, but did you have any conversations that night about them wanting to have a child? Or was that a different time?
I don't remember us talking about it that first night. No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember a conversation with Doug and Ashley, specifically Ashley, about them wanting a child?
I believe it was later in the late spring, the next time that I visited with them.
Okay. And to your knowledge, could Doug have children?
He had a vasectomy after having his daughter with Renee, his longtime wife.
Did Ashley?
I'm sorry, so no, he
Okay.
couldn't have children.
Did Ashley speak about that in front of you, Ashley and Doug together, or Ashley separate about the vasectomy?
They did when they were discussing having Doug have a vasectomy reversal. Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
All right. And to your knowledge, did that reversal ultimately go through?
Yes, ma'am, and I believe Ashley actually paid for it on a credit card. They talked about that.
Okay. And ultimately, she became pregnant.
Yes, 3 months after the vasectomy reversal, she became pregnant. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did they end up, I'm going to skip a little bit forward now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did they end up having a wedding reception?
They did. I believe it was June of 2017. I was single parenting at the time, and I wasn't able to attend, but it was in Charleston, South Carolina, at the home of one of Doug's business partners.
Okay. You mentioned something about ballet dancing, so I'm going to ask you about that. In your meetings and discussions with Ashley, did she indicate she was interested in the ballet?
She spoke about the fact that she had been a ballet dancer, that she had performed in, I'll call them shows, back, I believe, in Maryland, where she grew up. And by the time that I first met Ashley, they had formed the ballet company called the American National Ballet in Charleston. And they were, at the time that I first met her, they were working on getting that ballet company up and running.
Okay. And was this going to be a large endeavor?
Several $1 million, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Up to 40 dancers were hired. Yes, ma'am, large endeavor.
Okay. And do you know what Doug's role was in that? In your discussions with Ashley, did you find out what Doug's role was?
Yeah, Doug and Ashley talked about it on the first night I met her, about how they founded the ballet, how Doug did the online limited liability corporation work, founded the name, resurrected that name, how they worked together to try to build a ballet that was diverse and open to more than one body size, body shape, body color. That was the philosophy of the ballet as they explained it. That was Ashley's dream.
And how was it funded?
It was funded several ways. A number of Doug's business partner, friends, and Doug himself invested money. They had a major, let's say, arts benefactor in Charleston, is a personal injury lawyer who was going to be the primary major donor. In Doug's case, Doug was working on very advanced technologies and patents at the time. And in his case, he didn't have any savings or cash in the bank. So he sold his future stock grants and options to other investors to put his own money in, about $100,000 in his case.
So while this ballet was in development or launching, did Ashley ultimately become pregnant? I know you said she became pregnant several months later, but I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yes, ma'am. So in February of 2017 are the records and what they told me about founding it. I met her in maybe a month or two after that on that Charleston overnight. They held the first ballet event, and I was invited in May of 2017. Once again, single parent, I wasn't able to attend. She got pregnant in July, and we talked about that multiple times. And the next month in August was the large launch, which me, my business partners, my veteran friends, supporters of Doug all went to Charleston for that major launch in August. It was at a place, I'm sorry.
And at that time, was Ashley pregnant in August?
She was pregnant. I don't remember if she knew or not. It was
okay.
1 month after the pregnancy was Emerson was conceived.
And at some point, did Ashley move away from the South Carolina home?
Yes, ma'am. We had the August ballet big launch. 2 weeks later, Doug moved Ashley down to Ashley's mother's home in Lakewood Ranch. Drove down one day, dropped her off, and drove back the next day. That's late August.
And what was the understanding, what was Ashley's understanding of why she was moving and what was going on?
in text conversations and personal conversations with Ashley.
Defendant's statement.
It's going to be the defendant's statements.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Oh, jeepers. So yeah, they're going to portray that she's a gold digger. 100 grand of his own money, stocks and shares and stuff. But here you go. I like this. I like listening in. Uh, 13 days. After 13 days, Luby. We'll see what happens the rest of them now. Hey, Mark, how are we doing, fella? Happy Tuesday to you as well, my friend. Thanks for being here. Come cram with me. Come cram away. Well, a gold digger, that's what they're trying to portray, that he invested $100,000 of his own money. Like, she doesn't care if he can get a reversal or not, but he just invested 100 grand towards her. So I would say that was a gold digger. She probably didn't know his financial situation initially. Is my opinion. Ba 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 da 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 da. Focus on her there. She's got the weight of the world on her. Weight of the world on her shoulders right there. Tangled Tiara, she shot her husband, and basically the trial's about whether it was self-defense or not. She's saying it was in self-defense, and the prosecution is saying it was not in self-defense. So there's no doubt that she did shoot him, but in what capacity did she shoot him? So it's a second-degree murder. Minimum sentence is 25 years in prison. So yeah, and it's based in Florida. And this is it's only just started. We were only on the first witness. So she tried for stand your ground, but she didn't get accepted. No, the judge ruled they was not stand your ground. Never know people behind closed doors to live with them. No, I know. But I don't know who Emerson lives with. Well, I hope most of you are relying on the evidence to begin with anyway. I do not know if she still has contact with her daughter. I don't know that answer, I'm afraid. Emerson lives with Ashley and the grandmother. Oh, there you go, Charity. There you go. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing that. There were only two people present when it occurred, and one isn't alive to tell his side. No, it's not. So that's why you can go through. There will be pictures of the layout of the house and stuff like that. I've seen them. So this is why the jury needs to, paint a picture in their own heads. Right? Is this self-defense or not? Ba, 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 ba.
Okay, So I believe we were talking about the reason that Ashley went to Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
So in your discussions with Ashley, either text or in person or on the telephone, did she indicate to you that she was going to Florida because she was sick? And
That was the initial indication. Yes, ma'am.
and her mother could better take care of her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Throughout the time that you saw Doug and Ashley together, how did Doug act?
In particular, on the opening night and all the way through their relationship. Opening night, totally in love. Both of them in love with each other. Doug was always very respectful. He was very, very respectful with her in front of me, both that initial night and then the next weekend, I believe in May, that I spent down in Sarasota, Bradenton with them. Every time he was respectful of her. They were in love. They never showed anything in front of me other than caring for each other.
That was going to be my next question. So did you see anything other than that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. Mr. Taylor, as I've said before, you're free to use the podium if you prefer to cross from table. Yes, sir.
Morning, Mr. Benefield.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
You were a naval pilot, correct?
Navy pilot, yes, sir.
I think you mentioned the training that you had briefly, correct?
I went through extensive training all my 30-year career, yes, sir.
Okay. Some of that training included close quarters combat, did it not?
No, sir, never.
No hand-to-hand
No,
training at all?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation where you related information about close quarters combat?
Yes, sir. I was in charge. I was the senior.
Do you remember that conversation?
Which one, sir? I don't know which one
About
you're
close
speaking about.
quarters combat?
If it was in perspective of me running security and self-defense training for my airline, not the Navy.
You received no such training in the Navy?
No, sir, never.
Did Doug admit to you firing the gun in the kitchen of their home?
Can we approach?
Yes.
This is going to be contentious. What are your thoughts so far? Not much at the minute because it's first witness. I'm basing all my opinions on the evidence, so I have no opinions at the minute until, it was quite compelling opens. I think the defense gave a really good open, but they now need to, both sides need to show it now. So I don't know. I mean, this lawyer for the defense, I think he's going to push the boundaries left, right, and center. Jeepers creepers, what are you doing, Tommie? So I don't know. But yeah, so far nothing's moved me. She's still innocent, so we'll see as the trial progresses. Also, what's going to be important as well, and I think we need to remember that we need to remember what the charge is as well. And by that I mean need to see what she's actually going to be charged at the end, and have the state met or prosecution met their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt at those charges. So yeah, I'm reserving judgment at the minute, Luby, until we hear a lot more to see what goes on. Let's be grateful we don't have Lally and Bev. Yes, that's true. I mean, this is a huge courtroom. J-Lo. I get that they think she's a gold. I'm not sure. I think what they're trying to do is just portray her as a bit of a, not just gold digger, but they're going to try and portray her as, she was only after him for his money to begin with, and then blah 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 blah. They just got loads of different factors. It's not just one thing. So, hey, Fatbox McGee, Jennifer Weeks, how are you? Hey, I've missed you, but the free kind read break has been good. If I'm being honest, going to try to watch this one with you. We'll say hi when I'm able to join you live. No worries. You've not missed much, you're on the first witness. So, we're fine. You're fine. You've not got much to catch up on. I think they were awful to each other and she flew over the cuckoo's nest. Maybe.
Mr. Benefield, do you recall that Ashley had left your cousin Doug in the fall of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Specifically September 18th of 2017.
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that date and the events.
Do you recall writing to Ashley Benefield in a text in May of 2018, I'm a fan of yours?
Your side.
It's his.
Fucking hell. I think, hang on, what age is Ashley? I got her here somewhere. I believe she's now 32. So she met him when she was 24. She shot him when she was 28 and she's now 32. So 32, Mike. Oh. I mean, I hope this is not going to be the continuous elements of this trial. There'll be an objection come up. I do wish we could hear some of these things. But yeah, I do think this could be an interesting trial. And I do think it's going to get a little bit sparsy. I don't know. I think Crafty Cow is a combination of 2 year. I do think the defense attorney pushes his luck. I think he's going to say a lot of things he's not supposed to say as well. I think he's going to put a lot of stuff on record that he shouldn't. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. No worries, Mike. Anytime, fella. Anytime. Here we go. Side bars. Side bars. We got the side bars, Vanessa. Side bars. Yeah, sure. 23, 24. Yeah, so it is roughly around there, yeah. I love you, baby. Oh, here we go. So the breakdown of the jurors. And if it's quite all right, I love you, baby. So it's, oh my God. So the jury breakdown is this: 5 women, 1 man. 5 women, 1 man is the jury. And the alternates, well, they've done the alternates already. 2 women and 1 man. 2 women, 1 man as an alternate. So the, oh my days, that answers. So I was always thinking, what would you think you prefer, getting more women on there or more men? And they went for the women. So 5 women, 1 man on the jury panel. I did not expect that. I thought, I don't know. Well, I mean, so they've gone for more women for the sympathetic, like as in, he's a batterer of women, I suspect. Like if you have someone like me on there, it'd be looking fucking boom, boom, boom. Everybody say way-o, way-o. Because I thought they might want more men because she's very attractive. That's what I thought they might go for. But no, they've gone for the women angle. And the alternates, 2 women, 1 man. Wow. Yeah, so they only do 6. Only 6 on in this trial. Poor bloke. I mean, I can imagine him in deliberations. If he goes not guilty and the other 5 think she's guilty, they'll just wah, 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 wah. In the end, he'll be just like, you know what, fuck it. Yeah. I always say that if women in your year just agree. Yeah. Cool. Frankie Valli, I don't know Frankie Valli. Well, yeah, this was a debate, you see, Rhode Island, whether they would be or whether the men would be like, oh, she's attractive, she wouldn't harm a fly type of thing. I wasn't sure which way they go in. Because if you got men like me on there, you'd be like, woof. But then, obviously, they're gone for what you just said. The herd Prince and Princess of Wales. Oh, good. Good, that's true. Good.
So, Mr. Benefield, following Ashley's leaving your cousin Doug in September 18th of 2017, were you a fan of Ashley Benefield's in May of 2018?
I don't remember specifically that word, but it may have been in our lengthy phone calls and text messages from January through June, possibly.
You expressing support for her?
Support for her story of the case, yes, sir.
Yeah. And did you tell her, in fact, at one point, she married the wrong Benefield?
Sustained.
Did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield?
Relevance.
Approach.
Oh my fucking days, people. This is a shit show. Hey, can you imagine if it's not a sidebar? Can you imagine she's just listening to music? Hey, hey, whoop, let's do it. Ba, ba, ba. Everybody say way-oh, way-oh. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say way-oh, way-oh. That's what she's listening to. Come on. This is like, he's what, 4 questions in, 3 sidebars. Mother. Cheese and rice, people. Cheese and rice. Hello, Kathleen. Oops, wrong one. Hi, Kathleen. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Uncle is busted. Uncle wanted a piece of the pie. Uncle's like, hey, you should be on this, not on that. Uncle. Oh, cousin. Is it cousin? Cousin, I think. Tommie's trying to get on the Ashley train. Choo-choo. Choo-choo. He's coming from behind. Choo-choo. Look at Tommie boy. Ah, boom, boom, boom. I know, I want to hear as well. Now we know why he was divorced. Absolutely. Okay. Da, 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 da. She's listening into the alternate corner. Hey, hey, Macarena. Let's go, Ashley. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, Macarena. Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, Macarena. I don't know the rest of the words. Hey, Macarena. It's going to be a long one. Yeah, Vanessa, I agree with you. I know, I saw her face as well. Yeah, maybe Bev is there going, let's get a gin. Whoa, what's this judge like? He's got to do something. You go. Tom is a player. Might to me, she's definitely smashed, but she has that crazy look still. So I think her looks are neutral with the fellas. Maybe when I first saw her, I was like, bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. But yeah, once you hear what she's done, maybe it would change then, yeah. But first instinct is like, hello. Hello. But yeah. Maybe. Can you imagine? Stormcat. Look at some pictures from back in the day. Hubba, 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 hubba. Not even back in the day, even look at this. Hubba, hubba. Oh, this is fire straight out the gate. Yes. Coming from behind. It's like, hey Karen, how are you doing? Watching KI bounce around all creators. Excited to watch this one with you, loving it. Oh, thank you, Karen. Hello, my darling. Where are you from, Karen? Whereabouts are you from? UK or US? Where are you from? But thanks for being here, my darling. Jim, give me a gin, Jim. Well, it's gonna go on and on, isn't it? It's not gonna stop it after 2 weeks. Hey, Maureen. How you doing? Boston in the house. Boston Maureen in the house. Gin and tonic with extra lime. Ashley is very beautiful and so tiny. She is. Down, boy. Hey, no, I'm down. I'm just expressing what some males. I'm portraying what some males would have done on that jury. There's only one man, so you know. No, I obviously I'm not. I call a spade a spade. She's obviously very attractive, but no, she's not my cup of tea. I do crazy, but not that crazy. Not pew crazy. That's for sure. Bev was in court, yes. This is the defense attorney, Mo. He immediately tries to discredit witnesses, yes.
Overruled.
I don't know.
Thank you. So, Mr. Benefield, after expressing your support for Miss Benefield in 2018, several months after she left your cousin Doug, by the way, do you know why she left your cousin Doug?
The initial reason or the second reason, sir?
Do you know the reasons that Ashley Benefield gave your cousin Doug as to why she left him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to need the source. Is this from,
Well, I'm not going to ask.
is it being offered for the truth? I mean,
Yeah, it's not being offered for the truth, and I'm not going to go into the substance. I just want to know if this witness knows.
oh,
You can answer. Did Doug share with you the reasons why she left him?
He shared two different reasons.
Yeah, all right. So now you express several months following that you're a fan of hers. And do you also not say to her that she married the wrong Benefield?
I don't remember that specific text in the 6 months of open communication between she and I.
All right. Let me see if I can refresh your recollection.
Objection. Evidence.
oh,
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
yes.
Let me see where you're showing.
Sure. I'm going to show you a document. Why don't you take a moment and look at it and tell us if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you suggested to Miss Benefield she'd married the wrong Benefield.
It does not say anything about marrying the wrong Benefield.
Does it say,
Objection.
Hold on. Sir, has that document, without identifying it, we need to lay the predicate.
Mr. Benefield, is that document reflective of the communication that you shared with Ms. Benefield?
I believe it's correct and unaltered.
All right. And it's between you and Ms. Benefield? Is
Yes,
it
sir.
not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And it's accurate, is it not?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Do you say thank you, Ron
Objection.
Benefield?
Yeah, approach, Mr. Taylor. State.
This attorney is going to get in massive trouble, I think. This attorney is going to get in big trouble, the defense attorney. Because this is not, like, as we know, this is not normal. The only problem with Delphi, Amy, is it's not been shown. It's not been shown on TV, so that's why I'm not really following Delphi, to be quite honest with you. I wish it was showing. Cheese and rice. He's got to stop pushing it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, okay, if this defense attorney wants the prosecution to go. Like, it will not surprise me if he's aiming for the prosecution to go for a mistrial. I don't think they care. Boo, no date, MD, no date. Yeah, I know. I think Andrea Burkhart's going there, but she's going to do some updates behind the paywall or something, she said. But yeah, sucks. That's why I'm not covering it. Same with Rex Hermberger, whatever his name is. That's not going to be televised either. It all sucks. Unless the judge changes his mind, but at the minute, no. What's normal? Yeah, that's true. In 20 minutes from Delphi, I can go and... Oh, yeah, you are! Has the best coverage of Dr. Drake and Ideal 4 cases. I don't know what Dr. Drake is, to be quite honest with you. I know Ideal 4, but I don't know Dr. Drake. James, just say it is. Could be that he wants the prosecution to look like they have something to hide. Maybe. I think this guy's old school, though. I think he just wants to, play by his own rules a little bit. Nuts, yes. Melanie with him. What, is she going to the Delphi one, is she? I just wish she was streamed. Do you know what I mean? It sucks. Kohlberg is going to be televised. It is being televised, I believe. It's going to be televised as it is currently with the hearings. But it's not, what is it, till June, July now, I believe. So I'm going to cover it. But there's plenty of time before then. We got all the Karen Reid hearings and trial before then. So penalty box, yes. What do you think about the trial so far? I say, frustrated a little bit, Christine. First witness, and we're still here. We should have been done with this witness by now. Tommie had some other motives. Oh, he liked the wifey. Oh, yes. He wanted to spread the wifey. Yes. Yeah. BK is televised unless something changes. Go. I agree. Lisk. Yeah, that's not televised either. Do you know what I mean? So it sucks. She's probably gone because of Duty Ron or something's covering that, I think. But that sucks, though. That's not even being shown either, so...
Does the document I've shown you, Mr. Benefield, refresh your recollection of that particular exchange?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell us, your recollection having been refreshed, whether or not tell us what your response was to Ashley's text.
This is 6 months, and you want me to just focus on
Just tell us
one
what your,
line. Is that
Mr.
what correct,
Benefield,
Mr. Taylor?
just tell us what your response was to Ashley's text, your recollection having been refreshed.
Ashley says in the text,
Mr. Benefield,
Sustained.
please tell us what your response to Miss Benefield's text was now that your recollection has been refreshed.
there are multiple on the page, sir.
Mr. Benefield, I think you know what I'm referring to. Would you please answer my question?
I would like to answer it as it pertains to what she said.
I didn't ask you what she said, Mr. Benefield. I asked you to please tell us, your recollection having been refreshed, what you said.
Would you like me to read
And
that
Judge, I would
bubble?
object. We do not need to be reading from this document.
Hold on. Deputy, would you please take the jury into the jury room? If you could give us 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Remember, please don't begin your discussions and deliberations amongst yourselves. You can use your phones if you need to contact people, but don't talk about the case with anyone else. And don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, y'all can have a seat. The jury's out. Mr. Benefield, I'm going to excuse you to the hallway.
Yes, sir.
You are not to discuss your testimony or the questions that have been asked of you with anyone,
Yes, sir.
including the attorneys.
Yes, sir.
And you're not to let anybody talk to you about anything that's going on inside the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
We're on a break.
Yes, sir, I will do that. Should I leave the paper here?
Yes, sir. Leave that there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we began this portion of the discussion, the question was, did you tell Ms. Benefield that she married the wrong person,
The wrong Benefield.
the wrong Benefield? And I sustained that as hearsay with no exception. I found that it didn't provide impeachment of any prior inconsistent statement. What I did allow was him to testify as to his then existing mental, physical, or emotional conditions or feelings, with the question being, did you feel that she had married the wrong Benefield? There was then the attempt to use these text messages that I still have not seen. I don't know what the substance of them was, but where we were was my understanding, and what I heard was the defense was attempting to refresh the witness's recollection. And what I have said is it sounded like it started to morph into some mix of impeachment and refreshing recollection and some elements
of introducing a past recollection recorded, and that's where we're at. So, state your objection.
My objection, first of all, is the predicate has been laid to refresh recollection. But then the witness has not been asked what his recollection is, other than to read it off of the paper, which is commingling past recollection and either past recorded or something of that nature. I think we're commingling the two different things. And if this witness needs to be asked, if it refreshes his recollection, then he can be asked that question without reading the document. I would object to any reading of the document because it is extrinsic evidence if it's being used for impeachment. I do not believe his state of mind is relevant to a material issue in this case. I think the defense is trying to say that it goes to bias, but I'm not quite sure how that fits into it. So my objection would be it's improper refreshing recollection. It's improper impeachment. It's also improper prior recorded recollection, and I would object to that being testified about.
Your response, sir?
Yes. So as succinctly as I can, Your Honor, he's a creep. He acknowledged being a creep, and the jury will conclude he's a creep. It goes directly to his character and his bias. And that's why, after he said, yes, it was accurate, I recall it, he cannot bring himself to say it. And the reason he can't bring himself to say it is because he knows that all these women on the jury are going to know exactly what he was referring to. So I am trying to impugn his credibility after listening to everything that he had to say to set up the state's position about how this relationship was so lovey-dovey between Miss Benefield and Douglas Benefield, and what a wonderful relationship it was. Here, we now have this witness very begrudgingly admitting that after Miss Benefield leaves Douglas Benefield, and she leaves the letter, which I know the court has seen because I attached it as an earlier exhibit to a motion, he's still supporting her. And he's not only supporting her, but he's telling her she married the wrong Benefield. Now, in my world, Your Honor, based upon the rules of evidence, I am entitled to go after his credibility, which he has put in question by virtue of taking the witness stand and becoming a witness. I did it the way the court wanted. I asked the magic question, does this refresh your recollection? He said it did. Now I want him to tell me, in response to my question, did you tell Miss Benefield she married the wrong Benefield? And he cannot bring himself to acknowledge it. He wants to talk about anything else but that. And I think, Your Honor, anything that I'm capable of showing where this witness, Doug Benefield's loving cousin, Tommie Benefield, where this witness showed his support for Ashley Benefield after she left Douglas Benefield, goes directly to his credibility. You can't get up there and testify to all of these things about how wonderful this relationship was, and then on cross-examination have to acknowledge that you were still saying you're a fan of Miss Benefield's after she leaves them, knowing the reasons she left them. I intentionally didn't go into the reasons to try to be straight with the court, but now I'm attempting to impugn his credibility. And he knows it, Judge. He's looking at me like a deer in the headlights.
I'm going to allow you to respond. I previously mentioned about confining arguments to legal and factual bases. I am also going to direct both sides to refrain from vituperative ad hominem attacks. I don't think we need to resort to name calling. I think it's inappropriate and unprofessional to refer to a witness as a creep. All right. With that said, go ahead for your response.
The first thing, Judge, I don't know if you have the copy of the text message up there. The defense could give it to you. Nowhere in there does it say she married the wrong Benefield. That is not what it said, first of all. And second of all, Tommie Benefield never said that anything about their relationship and the tenor of their relationship once she left. He said, when I saw them together, they looked fine. Just because that changes down the road and he knows they're having problems, I am unaware of how that affects his credibility. He can clearly see that they're having problems later on down the road. I don't see how the timing being different somehow makes him inconsistent and somehow that attacks his credibility or it shows his bias. If Mr. Taylor wants to ask him, were you aware that there were problems after that? Yes, I was aware of that. I mean, in Mr. Taylor's argument, he is impeaching the fact that Tommie Benefield saw them acting lovey to each other. If that wants to be impeached or explored, then ask Mr. Benefield if he saw them after that or knew that they were not lovey and having that type of relationship. I don't understand the relevance of these types of conversations. I think the defense tends to say everything is about bias, but it has to comport with the rules of evidence. And I would say that this does not.
All right, thank you both very much. So my ruling earlier was that these statements by Mr. Benefield towards the defendant were hearsay. I wasn't aware of any exception that would allow them. They appear to be offered for the truth of the matter that is asserted. So I didn't allow them on that grounds. What I allowed was the defense to ask, because there had been testimony by Tommie Benefield that they were always respectful to each other. You never saw anything except care for each other, and they were in love both ways. I think it is an impeachable question to ask, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? But it's not what he wrote. It's what he felt. That's where you're mixing apples and oranges, the defense is. The question that was presented to me was, did you feel that she married the wrong Benefield? He can answer yes or no. If there's then some extrinsic evidence that may impeach him on that point, I would then have to make a determination is that extrinsic evidence admissible or not? Because if it's a collateral matter that's not material, then the as you well know, Mr. Taylor, you get the answer you get. Where we had an additional part of this analysis was the fact that there was a demonstrated lack of memory, because the answer was, I don't know, as opposed to, no, I didn't say that, or yes, I didn't feel that, yes, I did feel that. So then the path was started on was refreshing recollection. As I've mentioned before, and I mentioned pre-trial, I expect attorneys to know the differences between impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. That's one path. Refreshing recollection is a second path, and introduction of past recollection recorded, which is a separate path. And the reason I'm sustaining the objection is because it started off with refreshing. Does it refresh your memory? And then we got right back into the documents themselves, which I've already ruled were hearsay. So it's for impeachment purposes only.
You can ask him about what I allowed you to ask what his feelings were, but not to get into these documents themselves. I don't know how to say it any more clear than that.
So,
If you're refreshing his recollection, then we're going to take that path.
yes, I believe I did that. I believe I refreshed his recollection and he acknowledged that. So then my question was,
What did you say? And that
Actually-
gets back to the documents. If he says his memory is refreshed, you take the document back, or whatever the thing is that you use to refresh recollection is to be retrieved. And then the person testifies from their own personal knowledge.
so once he said that he recalls, I then asked him if he said that you married the wrong Benefield. That's what I said. I will be happy to go through that again, Your Honor. Now, did I leave the document there when I asked him that? Yes. I didn't feel it was necessary to take the document back, but after he acknowledged that his memory was refreshed, I asked him, did you say that she married the wrong Benefield? And that's where we were when Your Honor sent the jury out. He was trying to come to terms with how he was going to answer that. The other text, Your Honor, is just indicative of continued support for Ms. Benefield.
Sir, this doesn't say what you're asking him.
Now, approach. Thank you, wrong Benefield. Ms. Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is, thank you, you should have been with me.
Sustained.
I assure you, Judge, that any female will draw that conclusion immediately.
That does not match what you're asking, sir. All right, are we ready to bring the jury back in? Do you want to treat this as your mid-morning break? You guys can take 5 minutes.
Can I take 5 minutes, please?
All right, am I going to be allowed to get an answer from him?
I've sustained the objection.
And
All right, so we'll take,
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify your ruling. It's my understanding that you said he could ask how we felt.
correct. The last objection was the questions were going to, what did you write? What did you say in your text messages? Sustained.
And then, okay, thank you.
So we're clear. Did you feel she married the wrong Benefield?
I've already ruled you could ask that question.
All right.
Oh, wow. The judge is pissed. Oh, judge is pissed. Right, let's put a note here now. 314. No, is it? Yeah. This is, wow. I think the judge is very good. But I think they're going to. I think that both sides are going to push his buttons. Yeah, this is what I thought. Like he was casting. He's going to use every trick in the book to get stuff in. You know, I'll be honest with you. I when he read that text out, I don't think he said what the defense are claiming. Wrong Benefield. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think that is what. Like, that didn't read to me like he was saying that you married the wrong Benefield. I don't know, but it didn't. But he did say if you're a woman, you would see it that way. So I'm not a woman, so. Oh. This is gonna be oof, feisty, spicy. I think this defense attorney is going to exaggerate a lot. I think he's going to exaggerate a lot and not be able to exactly prove everything. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think that was a bit shady. Hello, Jessica. I hope you're fine. I hope the boys are well as well. Hope you're all right, my darling. I don't think so, David. I think that the judge made the correct ruling there. I think the judge has actually been quite generous to the defense there after reading that message. I think it's the defense being very shady right now. Oh no, I think she's paying for it. I think she's paying for this. No idea yet, Angle. It's I think it's way too early yet to know if it was defense or not. It was something about hang on, let's listen to it again, shall we? Let's listen to it again.
Thank you, wrong Benefield. Miss Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield.
Thank you, wrong Benefield. You should be proud of what you've achieved. Thank you, wrong Benefield. Like, does that make sense? Let's listen to it again.
Sir, this doesn't say what you're asking him.
Now approach. Thank you, wrong Benefield. Miss Benefield says, that's very cool. You should be so proud of what you were doing. His response is, thank you, wrong Benefield. What that means, Your Honor, what that suggests is, thank you, you should have been with me.
Sustained.
Yeah, I don't agree with that one, but I agree more towards what you're saying, Karen. I think he might texted the wrong person, maybe. Yeah, that's why the judge was pissed. Yeah, judge has not seen these, obviously, so he's pissed. Like, she's guilty if he has to stretch or manipulate the truth. Yeah, but what we got to remember now is as well, I don't disagree with you, Lou. The jury are hearing one thing. Do you know what I mean? So he's basically got everything in he wants to get in. He's made the jury think. So the state are going to have to clean this up as well. Somehow. I don't know how, but oh, yeah. Oh. Everyone says the same long stretch, I know. Hey, Raoul, how you doing, fella? Yeah, you might be right, Stormcat. You might be right. But I don't know. I just think I don't know. I'm the same as you guys on that one. I'm a big defense guy, but I don't believe that. It was just the text messages. If you rewind literally 1 minute, you'll see me back play it. Yeah, that's what we didn't see. Proud of what? Give me bad vibes now. And what does it matter anyway? What difference does he make a shooting husband? Ugh. Dave, you know what everybody thinks with your flowers. No, it makes no sense at all. Be legend. I am for the truth, whatever that is. Know what I mean? This defense is sus to me. That was sus, yes. That I think he's gonna. This is what I mean. I think he's gonna play a little bit of a. I'm a Slim Shady, you're Slim Shady, bit of a game. I hope he's not. Do you know what I mean? But normally the prosecution does this, so yeah, I don't know. I'm in your corner. I think you mean corner. Proud of his accomplishment, and he was like, "Thanks, but you should be telling the other Benefield, your husband." Yeah, Elsie, I don't disagree with you. It's like, yeah, you're telling the wrong Benefield. Tell your husband. Have you told him? We don't want to hear all that. No. But what could it have meant? What LC says, I think. You don't tell me. You shouldn't be proud of me. Be proud of your husband. To the judge and Dilly. Shut up, Dave. David. In fairness, it's not evidence, but they hear it.
We're going to bring the jury back in, state, defense. Right. All right. Bring them in. Oh, yeah. As you're going to bring them out, go and bring Mr. Benefield back in. State, where's Mr. Benefield?
Oh, I will find him.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
It took a long time for him to get here earlier too, so we just need our witnesses ready to go.
They did a room for the state attorney's office witnesses down there. Because the press has this room.
Rest of our side, Judge.
Sorry?
We have several witnesses outside to see how far we get thrown out.
Judge is still pissed, that's for sure.
Judge, that was why, because our witness room is taken today.
All right, Mr. Benefield, come on back in and resume the witness stand.
Judge don't give a fuck.
You'll recall that you are under oath. Yes, sir. Sir, as we took that break, did anybody attempt to approach you or speak with you about your testimony, the evidence, or this case? No, sir. Did you speak with anyone about your testimony, the questions asked of you, or the evidence of this case? No, sir. All right. Let's go and bring the jury in, please.
You won't go ahead and have a seat. Whenever you find your spots, just sit on down. All right, everyone gonna have a seat. Members of the jury, during that break, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, discuss the case with anybody outside of the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about? Everybody says no. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Benefield, when we last were assembled, we were waiting for you to answer the question whether you felt Ashley had married the wrong Benefield.
No, sir, I did not believe that.
Was it a joke?
It was an attempt to keep our communication open between us.
You know, we've established that you were aware that Ashley left Doug in September of 2017.
Yes, sir.
And we've also established that following that, you expressed your support of her.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to direct your attention specifically to the month of November of 2017. Were you aware of a domestic violence injunction that Ms. Benefield sought and obtained from South Carolina court?
Yes, sir, at that time.
And did you express to Ms. Benefield
You ask the question.
your support of her after she obtained that domestic violence injunction?
Sustained.
Did you support Ms. Benefield in November of 2017 following the issuance of a domestic violence injunction?
Not specifically about that, sir.
Do you recall expressing your support on Saturday, November 4th, 2017?
I don't remember that specifically, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Benefield, I'm going to show you a document, see if this refreshes your recollection. The areas that I check refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Those appear to be my statements.
All right, your recollection having been refreshed, Mr. Benefield, on November 4th, following the issuance of the domestic violence injunction to Ms. Benefield, did you express your support to her?
There are two problems with your question for me, sir. I'm going to ask you.
Would you answer my question, and then you can certainly feel free to explain it?
I was unaware of I believe I was unaware of any result of any pending case in South Carolina at the time I texted that.
I thought you just told us you were aware.
I became aware after the fact when the mutual protection order was entered. I found out about it after the fact, but I don't remember the date of that event as it relates to the November 4th.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
State, any redirect?
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are released from your subpoena. The prior restrictions that I placed upon you are removed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State calls Eva Benefield.
Maria, age of birth, and direction of disorder.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, and right as you need it. Actually, you're just fine right there. I think that's close enough.
Okay.
Speak in a loud, clear voice, and we'll hear everything. Go ahead.
Please state your name.
Eva Benefield,
How do you spell your first name?
EVA,
And how old are you now?
23.
What was your relationship to Doug Benefield?
He was my father.
And who was your mother?
Renee Benefield.
And we heard from the previous witness, she died, unfortunately, at some time before this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you first find out about someone named Ashley Benefield?
It was August of 2016, about 9 months after my mom passed.
Okay. And how did you find out about her?
My dad was on the phone when he picked me up from school, and he had his phone on speaker, and they mentioned him having a girlfriend, and if he was going to bring his girlfriend to a conference that they had that weekend.
And was that the first time you had any information that there might have been a girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How old were you at the time?
I was 15.
At the time, were you upset with him about that?
No, I just told him that I trusted him, and if that's what made him happy, that I would be happy for him.
And about how long after that did you find out they were married?
It was 2 days after.
And how did you find out that they were married?
My dad came up into my room, and he said, Eva, we need to have a chat downstairs with Ashley. She was at the house at the time. And I said, I don't think we need to. I understand that you're dating her and you're happy, but please just, give me my space a little bit. I don't want to have a conversation. And he said, no, I think it's really important we do. And I said, the only time that I would want to have a conversation with y'all is if you told me that you were going to propose. And when those words came out of my mouth, he told me that they were married.
Okay. So that's how you found out they were married?
Yes.
Did Ashley eventually move into your house?
Yes.
And that was the house in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, who all lived in the house? Just the three of you?
Yes.
How was their relationship together that you saw?
They were just with each other all the time. It was very lovey-dovey. They were very touchy-feely, PDA. Any event with school or extracurricular that I was in, they were together. They'd go grocery shopping together, go travel together. They never left each other's side.
Okay. And how did you and Ashley get along?
It was friendly at first.
Okay. You said at first?
Yes.
And then what happened?
Over time, she tried to reprimand me a little bit more and kind of step into a motherly role. And I did not like that because it was so short after my mom passed away.
Okay.
Relevance.
Sustained.
And in Ashley's interactions with you, or interactions that she had or disagreements that she had with your father, how did you observe her act?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, it wasn't a good question. Whenever she had a disagreement with you, how would she act?
It was almost temper tantrum like. It was
Objection. Impermissible character evidence.
I'm sorry?
Character evidence.
Overruled.
Okay, so it was temper tantrum like, and you didn't sound like you were finished. What were you saying?
she would go directly to my dad and tell him that I wasn't obeying.
Okay. And did her reactions to you seem to be on the level of the situation, or did she get more angry at the situation?
Usually they were overreactions over small things.
Okay. And how about interactions with your dad? Did you ever hear her argue with your father?
I heard her strongly voice her opinions over and over and over again.
Okay. Now, you said over and over and over again. Is that something that you heard on a regular basis or something you only heard once?
It was on a regular basis.
Okay. And when she was voicing her opinions to your father, was he ever reacting to that?
No, he would just sit quietly and listen.
Did you ever see them fight?
No,
Verbally fight?
no,
Okay. Did you ever see them physically fight?
no.
How often would you say that Ashley and your father would disagree within your hearing?
Never.
Okay. You said if Ashley was trying to get her point across that she would go on and on about that?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't term that as a disagreement?
No.
Okay. What would you term that as?
My dad just listened to her voice her concerns.
Okay. Did you ever hear your dad at any time yell at her?
No.
Did you ever hear your dad do something or say something that was controlling to her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did you ever see or hear your dad threaten her?
No.
Did you ever see or hear your dad get physical with her?
No.
No further questions.
Cross.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Benefield.
Good morning.
We met previously at a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize to you for meeting you under these circumstances. I'm required to ask you a few questions based on the testimony that you've given us. You lived in the house at the time that Ashley and your father were first married.
Yes.
And you found out from your father that he had married Ashley when he introduced her to you.
It wasn't when I was first introduced. It was a day after.
So the day after, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So your mother had passed away approximately 8 months earlier,
9 months.
9 months earlier. And your father, with no advance knowledge, came and introduced you to his new wife.
Yes.
There was a hole in the ceiling of the kitchen in your home, correct?
Correct.
You know what that hole was, how it got there?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
I don't know if it will or not.
I would prefer the question not be asked.
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
Look, lady, you might not want the question to be asked, but tough. If it's appropriate to ask a question, if she knows that her father shot the ceiling, then it's appropriate to ask the question. So I prefer the question not to be asked. Yeah, I'm sure you would prefer not to be asked because it shows your her father shooting the ceiling. This is not how the judicial process works. You know, both sides need to realize that there's going to be stuff on both sides that go in that they don't want in. Oh. We'll see now. We'll see. Just remember, people, this is only second witness. So please, hopefully no one's made their minds up that, There's plenty of testimony to come in. As I say that. I don't know that much, Crafty Cow. Look, there's a lot of stuff here that just remember, right? If you remember the Karen Reid case, right, it's a prime example of why we shouldn't jump to conclusions about guilt. If you remember Karen, how much testimony came in trial that none of us had ever heard of before. So that's why I think it's super important that we listen to all the testimony. I think that for me was I always do that anyway, or try to. But that's a bit of an eye opener, just to remember that we don't know the whole case. So give her the benefit of the doubt, innocent unless proven guilty. So, and we're only going for, we've not heard anything yet. Do you know what I mean? I mean, we can all make conclusions, and I'm sure we all are in our heads, and we've all got various life experiences that will help in the end to summarize an opinion. You are not the only guy in the chat, Dave Umbra. You are not, sir. You're the only guy in the chat that's over 69. Yeah, if he's an abuser, yeah, I want to see if he's an abuser. I want to see the evidence. There you go, Elsie. Yeah, I've no conclusion on it. I've tried to. I watched the other hearing last year. But yeah, I prefer to come in blind a little bit. Obviously, Karen Reid's trial was different, but I do like that because you do get to hear the whole thing. You don't instantly get a judgment of it. Because, like I say, we don't know everything. We hear a lot of stuff, but we don't know everything. And I think Karen is the prime example of that. Oh, Mighty Meat is here. I'm not sure if you're a man or a woman. Sometimes, Mighty Meat, how negative you are. No, don't appreciate I appreciate you guys being here. So don't thank me, you guys. Hey, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be streaming. So thank you to you, all of you, for being here. I feel for Ava as well. It's a hell of a thing for a daughter to have to go through. That's no matter what. Whether it was self-defense or not, it's still. Oh.
So I think the question that was pending, Ms. Benefield, was, did you know how?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Let me back up. You told us there was a hole in the ceiling of your kitchen.
Yes.
Was that hole in the ceiling of your kitchen, can you describe it?
It was small.
Small, kind of round?
Yes.
Consistent with an object?
Objection, speculation.
Let me finish the question.
Consistent with an object the size of a bullet?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were there holes in the drywall of your home?
There was one.
Was it from the closet?
No.
Outside to the drywall?
No.
All right. Where was it?
It was near the kitchen.
All right. Did you know how it got there?
Yes.
Was the hole consistent with the size of a fist?
Yes.
Was that hole patched?
Eventually.
Who patched it?
My father.
Did you know that your father studied close quarters defense in the Navy?
Yes.
And tell us what close quarters defense comprises.
I'll allow it briefly so she can explain the basis of her knowledge.
Well, let me give the court a little better insight into this. Miss Benefield, do you hold a black belt?
Yes.
And are you trained in defensive combat fighting?
Taekwondo.
Did you and your father often discuss different styles of defensive fighting?
We had the conversations when I was practicing, when I was 10.
And tell us were you trained in close quarters defense?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what it entails.
In hand-to-hand combat.
Okay. And it's the type of hand-to-hand combat where if confronted by a weapon, rather than turning and run, you're trained as to how to remove the weapon from the other person's hands.
Well, you're told to first ask for no conflict, and then if they proceed, yes.
Yeah. In other words, your objective is to take the weapon away.
If there's a weapon involved, yes.
Were you aware that a domestic violence injunction had been issued by the court in South Carolina?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
One last question, Ms. Benefield. Was your dad fixated with Ashley?
I think they were fixated with each other.
Did you make a prior state? Whoops. Did you express at any time that your dad, your words, not mine, was fixated with Ashley?
I might have.
Give me just a moment, Judge. Do you remember having your deposition taken?
Yes.
I need page and line, and I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah, I was just first asking her the question. Do you remember sitting for a deposition?
Yes.
Let me pass to you this document and see if it refreshes your recollection.
So maybe approach.
Approach.
Fucking hell. She said she remembers, so she doesn't need to refresh her memory. She said she remembers. Oh, he's in. Oh yeah, he's testified. He's in now. Horn dog. Nothing but a horn dog. Our Tommie, he's a horn dog. Horny all the time. Nothing but a horn. I feel so sorry for her. Eva. I feel so sorry for any children, anything like that. She was 15 at the time. Do you know what I mean? This is traumatizing for her. But I know it. I know she's got to testify and stuff, but I just hate it. In some ways, I prefer with these kind of witnesses if they just testify off weeks in advance, so she doesn't have to be traumatized in front of basically everybody. There's cameras in her face, everything. I know she's 23, she's an adult now, but she was still 15 when all this happened. So she's been having this since she was 15. So, I just feel like I wish in some ways that we could have pre-recorded some of this stuff. Oh. Yeah, this is the thing. She said she remembers it. That's why I don't get. She remembers it. Oh, so I'll just refresh your memory. But you don't need to. She remembers it. Yeah, she say, roughly say. I think Ashley was about to turn 24. So I'm not sure, So yeah, pretty much the same year. Yeah. And he was 54.
The word that you had used to refer to your dad's interest in Ashley was what?
When are you referencing?
In general. Was the word fixated? Was that the word you used?
Yes.
That's all.
Right, redirect.
No, thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, but no, so you know. All right, Ms. Benefield, you've not been released from your subpoena, all right? And the rule of sequestration has been invoked. What that means is that you can't be in the courtroom anytime that there's testimony being given or evidence being presented. Because this is being shown on TV or the internet or something, you can't watch it outside of court. You can't watch what's going on inside of court. You can't be inside of court. You also may not discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or any of the attorneys. Better practices don't talk about it with anybody else. And none of the other witnesses nor the attorneys can talk with you about what's going on in court. Do you understand all of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, you're not released from your subpoena, so you need to remain available.
Okay.
All right. But for now, you're excused.
I thought the judge had ruled that she was allowed to stay in. I thought that she was allowed to.
All right, members of the jury, it's right about lunchtime, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's just a couple of minutes before 12. In order to give you time to go and find what you want and everything, I'm going to ask you to be back in that jury assembly room downstairs at about 1:10. All right, so it'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes if you want to go somewhere. Certainly, there's plenty of places. If you haven't been in downtown Bradenton for a while, there's plenty of places up and down Main Street, 12th Street, all the way down to the water. There's some places on 13th, also some places a little bit south. Please leave your notes here.
Do not discuss the case with anyone else outside of the jury or amongst yourselves. Please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Remember also, it's kind of a small town. Sometimes it happens where jurors are sitting in one booth and somebody on the other side of that booth you hear talking about the case, or you heard names that sound familiar or things that sound familiar. Remember, they may not know you're there. Just, hey, I'm on the jury. I need you to stop. If they don't, I need you to report it to the deputies as soon as you get back. All right, you're free to go. All right, have a seat. Before I let you all go, State, you had just mentioned that despite Eva Benefield not being released, you want her to remain in the courtroom.
Yes, pursuant to Marcy's law and pursuant to the earlier discussion.
All right, did you want to be heard?
Here we go.
No. Okay, then she'll be allowed to remain in the courtroom as the next of kin.
Okay, thank you.
All right, same with you all. I don't foresee, you said you exchanged witness lists, so you know who's going to be coming in the afternoon. Are there any that, because this morning we had talked about 4 different people, so 2 have testified. Whenever we get back, if there's any particular issues about any folks in the afternoon, let me know.
Okay.
All right.
And we're behind, so I'm not sure exactly when those other people will be coming up. So.
All right. We'll see you guys back here at 1:10.
Thank you. And we anticipate the jury coming back in at 1:15.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. So normally they do release and allow for families. That's why it was a little bit like, because they said it this morning that Dvorack family was allowed to stay in court. They had this discussion. That's why I was a bit confused. So I'm glad that she's allowed to come back in now, because families in 99% of courts allow them to sit back into it, whether they've been released or not. And they did cover this morning, which I'm glad now they went back to it, which is good. So 1:10, what's the time now then? So hour 10, hour and 15 for them. So if I put a banner up here to say when lunch break until 1:10 p.m. Eastern, which is 6:10 p.m. UK time. There's not much to say so far. It's been quite, Oh, let me take the banner down. Lunch was at 59. And also, I do think that Eva, she's only been, kept on in case Ashley testifies. I think that's bullshit as well. You should know if you're going to use her or not. She strikes me as someone who has no emotion or care about this, but appears to force body language that says otherwise. It's weird. I'm a sucker. Do you know what I mean? I would look at her and think, "Oh, poor thing." Do you know what I mean? So I'm a sucker. I don't know. See you soon, SR. Yeah, see you soon, guys, after lunch. Elsie says, basically, Stacey, I feel the opposite, but that's okay here. I don't mind different opinions. Oh, we encourage different opinions. Oops, something about her doesn't feel right. There you go. I'm a sucker tattoo. No one's a sucker. I'm just saying I'm a sucker. It doesn't matter. We all have different opinions as long as you're respectful to it. Some people will think she's guilty ahead of others. Some people will be staunch not guilty. It's refreshing to have different opinions. Can you imagine if Eva opted to attempt to get custody of her sibling? I don't think she does anything with the child, does she? Somebody said in chat this morning, she doesn't do anything with the child or didn't want to. It's refreshing. It's always refreshing. I always say to people, come into this trial as best you can. And again, I reference Karen Reid. Just remember, the Karen's trial, we did not know everything until the trial happened. We were all shocked with some of the testimony that came in. And that's a great example why you should always start every trial with innocent unless proven guilty. Because, my attitude is if they're guilty and the state do their jobs beyond a reasonable doubt, then I want them in prison for the rest of their lives. I don't want any chance of, a retrial or appealing and stuff like that. So that's why I'm always like, look, give them the benefit of the doubt and let the state work for it. I know there's outside influences. People have seen TikTok, seen various things. I understand that, but just remember we don't know everything. So. Elsie, that's right. It's okay here, and I respect that. Yeah, it's absolutely okay to have a feeling. Like I've got funny feelings about the attorneys at the minute. I think they're a little bit shady. Even though I'm saying that on the defense side at the minute, I still think the defense attorney is very shady. I'm not guilty. Where you should be, Cornpop. Where you should be, my darling. And nice to see you as well. She doesn't, but that would be the most bitter move. I'm petty. That would be something. It's a breath of fresh air after Karen's trial. Yeah. Hopefully it goes well. I just don't hope there's no shadiness. I'm not guilty because they haven't shown any. No, everyone should be. At the minute. I think the older sister is now contact. Oh, okay. I have no idea you're saying guilty or not, but something seems off with it. I don't disagree with you. Some people said about manipulations and stuff like that. You women know how you manipulate better than what we do. We just fall for it as men. Do you know what I mean? So just like the popcorn murder trial in Florida, you can kill someone and get off. Just like the popcorn murder. I don't know what the popcorn murder is. What's the popcorn murder, James? I don't think she obviously killed him, but was she being attacked? Was it self-defense or not? That's where we're at. She has the right for that. Defense. Whether she is in the right to do it or not, we'll find out. Let the evidence speak for themselves. We weren't there, so we're gonna have to rely on evidence and witnesses and stuff like that. To make that decision. Allow me to empty the dishwasher and do the dishes. Yes. Now is a good time to do it. That would be crazy. Well, did I hear Corn Pope? Hello, my friend. I'm listening today. Yeah, I've not seen Corn Pope for a while. I had to do a double take there. I just finished watching the Marsha Thompson trial. She got found not guilty for shooting her husband or something, wasn't it? I definitely feel for Eva. I feel for Karen, John's nieces and nephew, and stuff to test. I don't believe children should testify in open court. I don't. I think they should. If you want them to testify off-site or something, not in front of all the cameras and stuff like that. Record them or whatever. Just I don't know. It doesn't sit comfortably with me. I think there's better ways. Yeah, there we go. Go and do your things. Do it for a father and have a sibling. Curtis Reeves, I know that is. I think I've seen on this trial has been here. I have no opinion. Nope, as you should. I'm super petty. Rhode Island, as you should. Super petty, so there's that. Yeah, I'll have to look that one up, but I'm not sure about that one. Hello, Ruka, my darling. How was Chicago? Chicago land? Hope you're well, my darling. Rook Heaton, Branko was hilarious. The popcorn trial feels like forever ago. I've never heard of it. Sally B, hello, my darling. Trying to make it sound good. Fucking hell. I never try the same after what Karen has been through, and it makes it so much harder. But I love watching not knowing anything, deciding on our own. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? You might decide 100% guilty at the end. That's fine. You might be 100% not guilty. That's fine. As long as it's your own thought process, and you can justify it to yourself. That's all. You don't have to justify it to anybody else. Just come to your conclusions. If you're just one person out of 100, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, you might be a little bit stubborn. But no, it's good to keep an open mind, I think. Yes, record show later. I agree. Yeah, that's what I would do for any children. Or even Eva, she was a child at the time. So record her in advance. These chapters are closed, and I wouldn't want a child at her age where she is in life. She totally could do so, but I think it's the best for her to live a life for her, yes. Retired cop in Florida killed a guy in front of him in the movie theater who threw popcorn at him. So he shot and killed him left his wife a widow with a young child. Well, I mean, that sounds a little bit, different, but yeah, that doesn't sound very good from what you say, James. As I say, I don't know the full context of Ashley's yet. By all what the opening was saying, she was attacking her. So, I mean, I'm just reserving judgment. You could be well right. She could have, no way she should have shot anybody. I don't know. I reserve my judgment at the minute. My heart breaks for John's niece. They should never have testified. Never in a million years. That was callous of Lally for doing that. Private, I believe. Private, Raoul. Oh, there you go, Joe. There you go. I'm so influenced by lunchtime that I'm having lunch at 9. Stormcat. That's funny. It's lunchtime here in Michigan. Yeah, it's nearly dinner time here. It's 5 o'clock. It's a bit awkward time here. There you go. Different opinions again. James, wow. Rees-Groff not guilty. I don't, from what you said there, chucking popcorn on somebody, I don't know. Doesn't sound like something you should shoot somebody at, but I don't know the whole details. So, Jeannie, hello, my darling. Like a genie in a bottle. I know it's spelled different, but I fancied some Christina Aguilera. Like a genie in a bottle, you do it the right way. That's what Tommie's singing. Hey, Ashley, do it the right way. Rub my bottle, Ashley. Right, let's have a look here. Ba-da-ba-ba. Hey, Ju, 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 Ju. Dee, 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 dee. Hey, Jude. Right, I'm going to go for lunch. So, thank you, everybody, for being here. The popcorn doesn't sound right, but maybe it is. Popcorn. I love popcorn. Now you put it in my mind, I want popcorn. Hey, sister's name's Jeannie. Like a genie in the bottle, you rub it the right way. Right. Let me play this then, if you haven't done it, and then I'm going to go for lunch. Lunch, dinner. Hang on, here we go. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, my darling. Gotta rub me the right way. Yay. There you go. Hi to WU. She listens to me. Hello, Woo, you. Hi to WU. Hello, WU. I'm not sure how to say that. Woo. We. WU. Hello to you. Deny the stand your ground defense too, but still got not guilty, so it happens. Get some popcorn and come back. There you go. Number 141. Thank you, Stormcat. 146 there now. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Mexi Texi. Not seen you for ages. I love her tuning into Dylan singing. There you go. I was just thinking about Mexi all the time. I don't anymore. She gave me a round. Hiya, Maxie. Nice to see you, my darling. Right, everybody. I'm going to go for lunch. I'll be back probably about 1 o'clock-ish. There you go, my darling. So yeah, go grab your lunch, go and empty the dishwasher, do whatever. Just please make sure you come back here by 1:10 for the rest of this. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, so there with that, I'm going to grab some dinner. Take care, people. See you in a bit. Ta-ra. Yo, what's happening, people? I am back. Guess who's back? I am back. Let me get this bad boy up for you now. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Bow, bow, da, wow, wow, wow. Bow, bow. Fuck. Get the you motherfuckers. Right, it won't bloody do it for me. Hang on. Let me. Right, try again. Hey, hi, Joes. Right, let me go through some of the comments here. What do we do now? Oh my God, sorry, Jessica. Sorry, I know. No fun to watch, no video either. Do you know what? If Peter Love Machine Tragos does cover it, he said he might cover this. I can play them during lunch then. Otherwise, I've got nothing to play. Stormcar, I love tuning into Dylan Period. I have anxiety, and he's one person YouTube doesn't trigger me. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know, Stormcar. Happy days. I'm glad to hear that. Welcome. Always welcome here. Stormcar, this channel's awesome. Dylan is the nicest guy ever. Mazza Media, I feel the same about. Just really caring, easygoing guys. Thank you, LC. That's lovely. But I also love tuning into other faves with Spice, Sean, Galera, TB, Brian. Yeah, all the usuals there. Gemma, Grick, Gem. I'm all caught up. This is looking interesting already, and I agree about this channel. I've been watching Caught on TV a while. Found another beginner, Karen Reed, and you've never left. It's happy days to have you here, Stormcat. I love how he doesn't interrupt the case. Just it's weird when you're reading this about myself. Just plays it through, then comments at the end. A bit of banter at the start. Court case playthrough. Banter at the end. Brill. Love the channel. So yes, happy days. Welcome back from Josie. Winning. I just got back. Dishes are done. Have chicken marinated for supper. Now I can chill with you. Happy days. Was it Netflix and chill? Is that a thing? Hey, just getting out of work. Going to listen when I sit in Boston traffic. I know I've heard Boston traffic's bad. Stacy. Hey, Amy. Welcome back, kids. How many hours today left? I think he said he'll go till 5 or 5:30. So about 4.25 maybe hours left. Right, let me play this. This is what I wanted to play you before we get back. Biscuits and gravy. Yes, we won't get into that.
A last-minute attempt to delay the murder trial for former ballerina Ashley Benefield didn't work. Judge wouldn't allow it.
Opening statements for that trial start today in Manatee County. Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez is here to tell us the excuse her lawyers will try to sell to the jury. Good morning.
Good morning, Lauren Russell. That's right. A full jury was seated yesterday after Judge Matt White denied a motion from the defense team to delay the trial another 60 days. So testimony will begin later this morning. Now, last week, the defense asked for a continuance and argued that recent rulings by the court had severely impaired former ballerina Ashley Benefield's ability to present an effective defense. But Judge White said they've had more than enough time to prepare in the 3.5 years since Benefield was first arrested and charged with second-degree murder. In late September of 2020, Ashley shot and killed her estranged husband, Douglas. She has not denied pulling the trigger, but has argued that she did so in self-defense, claiming he tried to attack her that night. Investigators said there were no signs of prior abuse. They believe it was Ashley's last resort to gain custody of their then 2-year-old daughter.
Oh, look, that's them protesting. Keep my mummy free. She's got a sign. Keep my mummy free. That's her daughter. That's her daughter there protesting today. Man.
Ashley's loved ones who've rallied outside the courtroom in her support say that is far from the truth. But Doug's family members, who even plan to testify against Ashley, say they're eager for the truth to come out during this trial.
So we really are standing for Ashley. We have a group of domestic violence survivors that are standing with us, and we really just want to see justice prevail.
We have known the facts of the case from very
dirty Tommies. Dirty, you dirty man, Tommie. Dirty boy. Here he is.
early on. We knew all along he had been fooled, that because he didn't want to lose a wife and a second child, he did everything he could.
Now, Doug was a Navy veteran, and the couple married in South Carolina just 13 days after meeting and falling in love in 2016. Investigators say after learning she was pregnant, Ashley then moved to Florida and began fighting for sole custody of their daughter, accusing Doug of abuse. After multiple hearings prior to the shooting even happened, though, a judge found Ashley's claims were not credible and awarded Doug visitation in the months leading up to his death. Now, last year, Benefield's team tried to say this was a stand-your-ground case, but Judge White denied that as well. Court will begin around 8:45 this morning. Benefield could face life in prison if found guilty.
All right, Regina, thank you.
All right, Regina, thank you. So there you go. That's an update from outside court today. That I knew there was some sort of protest out there, but Tommie, dirty dog, look at him, he's out there. Shit. Thank you for that. I need to get out of that one. Right, let me get caught back on then. Present. No Christmas songs. What am I doing? No Christmas songs. No, yeah, anyway. Oh, what timing? Look at her. She's chilled. She's like, hey, let's go party. What do they do? Oh, this is into the court. Here she comes. One of the prosecutors, is it? Yeah. Hey, hippie chick. I love Christmas. Christmas is my favorite time of the year. This is why I go, press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. Bum ba da ba da ba ba da ba. Ba ba da ba da ba. I just love Christmas. I start with Christmas tunes like October time. I don't know. I just love it. I like the giving and all that side of it. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Come on, court, let's get it on. We're running bit late. So it is interesting because now, obviously, taking into consideration 6 jurors, 5 women, one man. I'm still a little bit bizarre about that. Why there's so many women? Is it for the sympathy, do you think? But I just think, and no offense to any women here, but women can be bitches. Do you know what I mean? Judgmental. I don't know. I would have thought that she'd have a better chance with men on the panel. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart, and the very next day, you threw it away. Da 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 da. Something special. Last Christmas for me was early April. Was it good early April? I've had a few of them. I'm a total. No, you're not a witch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Maxie's a bitch. But we love her. She's a bitch. We love her. She is Maxie Taxi. Maxie Taxi. Maxie Taxi. She's a witch or bitch. Same thing. Witch or bitch. I take no offense. Hey, no, I know. Hello, I'm the prettiest person. I stand by women are more keen on emotions than men. I'm the pettiest person. I thought you were going to say you're the prettiest person. Pettiest person. I stand by women are more keen on emotions than men. I agree. As I duck. There you go. If you want to show some love and appreciation, never required, always appreciated. PayPal, buy me coffee. The turkey was still too small in December. Gitmo. I'm the witch. Come on, where you been? Yeah, she actually is Mexi. Christy is a witch. She actually lives. You classify yourself as a witch as well, don't you? You live in which county? Salem County. Stormcloud. I've always said women are sometimes not nice to each other. I've witnessed that. But then, I think men are just easy. Do you know what I mean? They're a lot simpler to read, probably. Women can read men's minds, so it's so easy for you. I can't read a woman's mind. I have no idea what a woman thinks. Most of the time, my experience with women, lovely women. I surround myself with lovely women, but they don't half fuck your head as well sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. Salem, Mass, next to Peabody. It's not far from Peabody. I think the women will see right through any she's pretty stuff. Oh, 100%. I'd be drooling. Do you know what I mean? She'd mesmerize me already. Erin, ha, ha, ha. Ole, 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 ole. Erin, ha, ha, ha. Yay, let's go, Erin. Woo. Erin, ha, ha, ha. Ole. Julie. Julie's from Salem County here too. Happy days, Julie. Happy days, another Salem. That's 2 now. That's another 2 from Salem County. Which county? Witchcraft County. My audio is on, so it's them not having audio. Hey, Randy. Look, Randy Tommie, sorry. Bloody hell, who is he next to?
All right, good afternoon. We are back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield.
Steak tips.
After our lunch break. Mr. Taylor, if you would do me a favor, that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I keep that on my desk. So I know you took it back for your records. If you could burn me a copy, not right now, but probably Wednesday or Thursday. Of course. When we're getting close for you to take over, because I do keep track of evidence and witnesses that way.
I'll make arrangements for a copy to be at Your Honor's chambers this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Judge, we'll need the system with Mr. Sant, please.
All right.
I don't know if you are, I'm sorry.
Who's that with Tommie? Who's that?
Is it going to be audio and video?
Just 911.
The 911 call.
Hello, Young.
Ma'am,
Yeah, maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
these are, I don't know who will give these. Those are for the jury. If you'll double check that there's 9 there, sir.
Okay.
And then this is one for you.
Thank you.
And we gave one to the court reporter.
I got a champion's hoodie.
For me.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if I gave you an extra. Yes. Yep. And we sent it. I sent it.
Judge, I just want to test this. It works.
Thank you.
Nor did the address in your emergency. Well, that did not work. Let's see.
Judge, do you want these ones or do you have them already? The edited recording and the transcript, do you want them or you don't have to? It's the jury instructions, sorry, on 2.2 and I think we would need 2.2 and
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I have done it.
Okay.
Yes.
I am informed.
And the,
Doing my best to try to keep up with everything. I've kind of misled the court, I'm afraid, to some extent. They actually filed an amended defense witness list. I remember just have that copy of it.
All right.
And I don't think there was anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change it.
All right, hope not.
He was connected earlier, he switched it out.
Oh, we need to switch.
Not sure if he heard that,
You were connected earlier. Is there a thing?
but he said we've amended the witness list the defense have. I've misled you, Judge. We've amended it. And Judge was like, well, fuck. I hope that doesn't cause any issues.
There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
Okay.
So we don't need to lower the lights.
Yes, he said I misled you. Yes, with the witness list for the defense.
It's just audio. Oh, all right. Mark it down.
Hey, Vicky.
All right, Stady, ready to call them in?
Yes. Do you want him in now or when the jury comes in?
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury.
I apologize. It wasn't a good question.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Mr. Taylor, you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of transcripts for the 911 call by John Sant. And it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge, we're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it?
Yes, sir.
Bring them in.
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
No.
Everybody says no. When we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
Raise the clerk, raise your right hand, please swear in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, yes, sir. Call me, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need some assisted listening devices. It might help. All right. Certainly, here's a pair that you can use.
Put that on. Let's keep this facing forward. It should be good.
As you see, you might have to turn them around the other way.
Which way?
Yes, sir. I think that'll work better.
And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Okay, sorry about that.
It's a volume control.
Okay.
Make sure to keep it forward.
All right, sir, does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
I
fine.
apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right. It's okay.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Please state your name.
John William Sant Jr.,
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T,
Where do you live?
in 11327 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No,
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
she did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood,
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
it was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out? What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning.
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door and kind of startled me, but it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there. And I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. Nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding.
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you to scoot up a little bit. There you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again.
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay. And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So you had your own firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
What did you?
And I looked out again, and then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting?
Well, they were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor, yeah.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID.
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? He said, Doug. He attacked me, and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually,
Where was that weapon?
it was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, then you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed it lying there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It's on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And she said at the park?
At the park.
And at some point during this conversation when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
Have you listened to the 911 call?
Many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know. It's a disc, I guess.
It's a disc.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
The 911 call.
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
So, Judge.
That we received?
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out after that last statement about where her mother and daughter were. That was really the last coherent amount of any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, You are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, Deputy, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
What's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
I don't
go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to Sheriff's Dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KMT. I live next to
Office Dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby. It's Karen. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right. I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is this for? The 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the police?
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Or the police are going to want to know, probably. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no. Well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before we get back from the park.
Deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into the, is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? Yeah, on the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Debbie pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
I know. I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
The
want
sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah,
What
they
do you
just
want
pulled
us
up
to
to the
do?
other address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just to calm, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. Mhm. I know.
Okay. You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
Are they coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, geez, we got to get a hold of, don't go out. Until the police officer comes and look.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. Mm-hmm. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. Okay. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now. Okay. Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them are moving.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time when to come out, okay?
Okay. Honey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my. Okay, just calm down, man.
Okay. Now the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay.
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not
out of my house.
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna have to go out. Okay.
And they want you to stay inside.
Now, let's put your hands where you can see him. Okay. All right. Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. She sure it isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female only.
Stay inside. Oh, hang your hand. I don't see it now. Are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its light. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make
sure. Here they come now. Oh.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy. You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No.
Okay. Did you see any blood on her?
No.
Okay. Did she complain of any injuries?
No.
Okay. How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I noticed, no.
Okay. And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but
No.
it was gone.
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant?
Yes.
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
That's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yes, right,
And it's got a red dot on it?
right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Miss Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house.
Yes.
All right.
Your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. Want to put it on the overhead? Objection to putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation.
Got it.
Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or the?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. Your
Probably.
chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes,
That's Ashley's house,
yes,
and your house is immediately to the left, correct?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr.
So
Sant.
okay, admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes,
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
yes,
Pretty hysterical.
yeah, yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
Somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I.
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
First thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry. Yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck between the slide, front end of the slide, and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that
Right.
cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled.
Okay.
It wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Objection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sant,
Yes.
you are released from your subpoena. You are free to go.
Okay.
No, you can't take those. They wouldn't work outside anyway.
Oh, well,
Thank you, sir.
you're welcome.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next witness. And the state would call Deputy Baurle.
All right.
What was he testifying about guns? I don't get that. I liked him though. I liked him. Interesting.
You saw this for a testimony about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hello, sir. Or afternoon, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from a microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. But if you're talking a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, we'll be able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Baurle, Baurle.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
The Law Enforcement Academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the sheriff's office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our county's, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
Depending on the situation, sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone? If you had to guess.
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's
Oh,
an
I'm
adjacent
sorry.
zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I'd observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
Well, a minute maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or have
No,
any?
ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seem to be intact, yes.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would
Judge, can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, what's this guy's name? Deputy what? Because the other witnesses, they put it on screen, so I was like, oh, I don't have to do it. Now I'm like, friggin' Nora. I don't know what his name is. Deputy. Oh, Mighty Meat, or Limp there. Limpress Mighty. Bum-ba-da, bum-ba-da, ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Come on, somebody must know this guy's name. He had to spell that. I know he had to spell it, and I was like, "Oh, it'll put it on screen." Deputy Dog, the Dogster. Friggin' Nora. I'm gonna have to look later on. Normally, Erin hacks all over this, but she's been a bit lazy today. Joking, Erin, joking. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene. So I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door was up. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person, or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with
And that's the
detectives.
one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross?
Yes, sir. Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it?
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Baurle, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Precious recollection. Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Two hands to you and see
Sure. I have a copy as well.
if that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Vreeland bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Baurle, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy, they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Let me pass this to you, Deputy Baurle, see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
I don't recall this one, sir.
Is that your name?
It's got my name on it.
Okay.
But I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by you?
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you'll go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an
It's
earlier.
possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I don't think I can answer questions related to.
Sidebar. So there's a report in there. I'm not sure what it does say in the report, but oh fuck! No, I'm not. No, I'm. Amy, I was like, what? Am I muted? I'm not muted now, am I? I hope I'm not muted anymore. Julie, no idea. There's speculation about motives and stuff, but it's to do with a child and things like that. But yeah, I'm going in fairly blind as well. So if it's not his report, whose report is it? No, it's fine. Lady Boston scared me. Hey, who? Ooh. Hello, woo. Ooh, hello, woo. Nice to see you. Maureen Kelly over there in Boston. Park the car. Maureen, go to Peabody. Get some steak tips in Peabody. Champions Pub. Get a cucumber with woo. Maureen and woo. Woo. So yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to do this one because he does not remember this report. That's what he does not remember the report, but who wrote it if it's not him? Woo! Prosecution said she wanted to be single, yes. Ooh. Laughing about. Thanks, Amy. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. Don't say that word. I think I got paid. Which is the word? What is the word? Is the word? Is the word? Yeah, but my question is then, whose report is it? If it's not his, whose is it? Because somebody's written it. So if it's not him, it'll be somebody. It's not money. He no longer had life insurance. Not anymore, yeah. How cops get to testify one question. Yeah, they don't like. They get very, no, I'm right, you're wrong. My memory right now is much better than my report from 3 years ago. Here we go again. Bridget. Some basic motive was the Anderson trial. Same basic motive as the Anderson trial. Wanted the child to herself, I think, is the claim. Yeah, I'm just waiting. I mean, I know that's what the prosecution say, but I don't know. I do not know. Nice to see Dennis Sweeney in the house. Dennis Sweeney, what a neighbour he would be, Dennis Sweeney. Unfortunately, he got bleach all over his vegetables and garden by those anti-cannery people, but Dennis Sweeney would be a great neighbour, in my opinion. Oh, Jill. Who's Jill? I love how you say that perfectly. Brigitte. Who's Jill? Jack and Jill went up the hill. Oh, I missed something with Jill. Carol Draper, thank you. So yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, we're learning a lot as we go along here. So I do know there's a lot more than I thought there was going in. Aha, you call me Jill. Brigitte, the best a man can get. See, Carol, you're about 2-3 minutes behind, my darling. Plevin said last night anti-current people didn't toss bleach. Plevin is an absolute tool. Absolute scumbag tool. All defendants, in my opinion, should have access to the sidebar. I agree. After all, they are paying for their... Yeah, I totally agree. They should all have access to know what's going on. My darling. Deb, yes. Just remind me, Deb. Just remind me. It'll take me a couple of times to get it right, Deb. My darling, my darling. Bridget.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that. Mm-hmm. So are you telling us that that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake?
It's not dispatch, sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch. It's
it would be the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly. It can happen. And It does happen. Yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Baurle, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me...
Sustain.
What was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory.
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't zoom in on Eva. I wish they wouldn't do that. I genuinely wish they wouldn't do that. Just leave the poor girl alone. Yeah, this deputy does not like to be questioned. Does not like to be questioned. I know, Carol, Disney Queen. I know. It's all good, though. It's all good. You're only a couple of minutes behind. Like, it's who's that? We're partying around now. Who are all these people? Definitely not Deb. Look at that, Deb. I don't know, definitely not what now, Deb. I'm not sure. Bridget, the best a man can get. I got that song in my head now. Deputy probably doesn't know much. I think he knows what he wants to know. Is my experience with deputies. Deputies can be like he's the first of the scene, so or one of. So I don't know. They can be arseholes. The older lady in the purple came in smiling happy at lunch.
In the usual course of events, Deputy Baurle, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry.
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads
Again,
you?
I don't recall that particular call that you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's an objection.
Oh, this point.
Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Baurle, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here.
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the call.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
Correct, yeah.
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be 9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
Oh, we should just leave her alone. I missed that. This is a problem. This is a problem. Deputies they do not like to be questioned at all. They just don't like to, they just like, they've done their job. It's like, well, we've delivered it to you. We want to make sure she gets to jail. It pisses me off. Answer the questions. No matter who's asking them, just answer the questions. truthfully, that's all that's ever asked of you. Beep, 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 beep. I agree with you, Mama Ames. I agree with you. I don't like it when they do. Why do they zoom in on her? Like, leave her alone. Leave them all alone. It should just be the witness, the judge, and okay, Ashley's more fair game, but let's not zoom too much into her either. Do you know what I mean? Was he a drinker? I don't know. I'm learning as we go along. Learning as we go along. That makes me so mad. Same here. They're not above law. They think they are. We know that. Hey, look what happened with Karen Reid. They all think they're above the law. See how they answered stuff on under oath there. So this is no surprise. This geezer's doing the same. Do you know what I mean? Thomas Baurle or whatever his name is. Deputy Thomas Baurle. You'd think they upgrade the headphones though. The headphones doesn't look great. Exactly. Facts are facts. Just tell the truth. Yeah, it doesn't matter. When law enforcement get defensive, it doesn't help them. No, I agree. Who cares? Just answer the question. As long as he did the job properly and don't use solo cups to gather evidence and, what do you call that? Leaf blowers and stuff like that, then he'd be fine. They all think they are the smartest person in the room. Absolutely, they do. Yeah, Deb. Yeah, they're all dirty. You're right there, Deb. There was one who I felt he answered it. He said, yeah, there was a slight crack to Karen's head tail light. Nothing major. I don't remember his name now, but everyone else, yeah, absolutely.
So Deputy Baurle, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019. You obviously worked the night shift at 2055. Suspicious person call in progress at 11332 White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Redirect?
Yes, Judge. I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, he can be.
Keep him, all right. Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need to recall.
We need to Sir, you are not releasing your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, State.
Thank you. The state was called John Jones. I think the deputy already has to get him.
Sure.
John Giles, do they say?
Yeah. Oh, and Judge, I will need the system for this one. Please.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the sheriff's office?
I am a property detective currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes,
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
a different unit,
And what was that unit?
the Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Went through the basic law enforcement academy in Valencia and Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you work, does VCTF have a zone or are they in the whole county?
They're countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 in Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential.
Like a subdivision?
Subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of a residence.
And
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
Okay. And after that, what did you do?
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
That's fine. And do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door of the residence.
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg.
There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And what were you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those items?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave it for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that's states 2, and as to states 3.
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And Detective, I'm just going to hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
to check for injuries.
And then this is states 3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS to have to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
My glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir. Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
yes.
And are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
No objection.
States 18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective, I'm
So when
gonna,
you say publish, you mean up here?
yes, sir.
All right. Get the long screen.
Detective, I'm gonna show you right, let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button, in case you need it, with a dot. I'm gonna show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED hasn't been placed.
And that's you on the right, that's your head.
Yes, sir.
And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And that, is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19.
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw.
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
It appears that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything, I'm sorry, did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross?
Couple of brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield?
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Or any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. All right, State?
I should have asked this already. Can we publish those? We don't need a witness, just publish them to the jury when we're calling the next witness.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked.
He was good there. He was good. Very professional.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them.
We'll wait until the next person comes now. They're just looking at the exhibits. So, yeah, Kathy Runson saying that they're going to be resting, state arresting, hopefully. Well, she worded it as by Thursday. Does that mean they're resting tomorrow night, early for Thursday morning, late Thursday? I don't know. So this could be like a week trial. I don't think the defense are going to have like mountains of witnesses either. So yeah. Amber, I only just watched that trial not long ago. Lally needs to watch and learn. Watch and learn. Watch and learn. Right, here we go.
Announce your next witness, please.
The state would call Detective Tyler Ackram.
I noticed all you ladies are like, she's faking it. For me, I think she's, I don't know.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Cool, sir. Sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. So there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature. And then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to Police Academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we receive at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army?
I was in the United States Army, sir.
And when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. It was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to a White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe, but I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that residence to make contact with the neighbor.
And what was your purpose of making contact?
To come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor. And then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview? And I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Din and Mr. Sant.
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially to, it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the firearm, the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired or appeared to be able to be fired.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked with state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm?
Yes.
On that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish state 17.
Mr. Taylor, is there any objection to the admission of state 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, could I just have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish State 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on one second. They're publishing State 17.
Thank you.
May I see a copy of it?
Of course. You can see the actual exhibit. All right, cross-exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir. The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position.
That's what I
But
want.
what was with the firearm was not would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice.
Yes.
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms.
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in.
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide, so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be, as we discussed,
It could be, sir.
Yeah.
Could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Sir? Mr. Taylor? Can the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, maybe I don't need to. Go ahead.
All right.
Micah?
Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you. All right, members of the jury, it's about 3:00, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes, let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send and receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And we'll call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break. All right, the jury is out. You all can have a seat. Thank you. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest.
Yes,
all right. Stretch, move around. All right. We'll be off the record till then.
It's hard before I mute myself, doesn't it? Nice one, Josie. Right. So, just in case anyone's new here, as in, look at him. He was looking back, going, "Hey." And what I mean by new is, and you didn't catch it earlier on, but there's six jurors. 6 jurors in this trial, 3 alternates. 5 of the jurors are women. 1 is a man. 2 of the alternates are women. 1 is a man. So it's a girl show, a women's show. So yeah, so there's only 6 jurors on this trial, which is normal, especially in Florida. If you remember Travis Rudolph, there was only 6 for his trial as well. So so yeah, it's not out of the ordinary. Mexi, you're a different kind of woman. You're just a weird thing. Weird thing. That's Mexi Texi. Why are there only 6 and not 12? They do that in Florida. I don't know why they do that, Stacey, but they've done it for quite. Remember Scott Peterson, the guy that was the campus officer for the shooting in Florida. Is it Highland Park? I don't remember. Forgive me, but when he was on trial, there was only 6 jurors. It's fairly normal for Florida. I'm not sure if every other state does it, but yeah, Florida they only do 6, and then 3. Well, they sometimes do 12. Obviously, it's not just that, but I think it's at the discretion of the judge, and he's gone for 6. Thank goodness they are only 6 on. There wasn't only 6 on Karen, but you just don't know how they would have. Yeah, no, but you're right though. Think of how the women felt about Karen. She's quite pretty, put together, etc. We all were worried they disliked her. Yeah, you women in chat. I mean, fucking hell, Catty. So they have already picked the alternates before the deliberations. Yes, they have. They have picked them already, Zach. So we know who the alternates are. Well, they know who they are as alternates, and the jury know who they are as well, the 6. So, and that's not always the case, obviously. Like somebody referenced Murdoch. So in Murdoch's trial, the alternates were identified in that one. in this trial. They've been identified. But obviously, there's a lot of cases like Karen Reid, where it's not identified. They don't know until the end. Like, it's good and bad, because if you're an alternate, one of the main reasons they don't tell you you're an alternate is because they're scared that you won't concentrate. And they were like, well, you don't pay attention. Well, fuck it, I'm an alternate. What's the chances that I'll become a juror? So that's where I was scared of. But then the flip side of that is you've done all the work, and then at the end, then they're like, yep, see you later. See you, catch you later. So that's the problem. Will the authors pay attention? Hopefully. That's all I can say. Maybe they will, because they know, and they've probably been told, hey, there's lots of cases where you will be needed, people. So I suppose it's not kicking the nuts afterwards then, where you've done like 8 weeks as a juror. Like, those of you watching the Carragher trial, 4 months you're a juror, and then I think it was 3 or 4 then who got kicked off and not allowed to deliberate. How bad would that be? 4 months as a juror. That would pee me off. A week, I'd be fine. 4 months, woof. Masses whacked all the way around. I can say that as I live here. I worked with court. That was, Mexi says, that was brutal, Carragher. I know. That they were, that was, I mean, they're looking to do a retrial. Yikes, I missed so much of the, hey, Bev's crying now. Yeah, you missed a bit. You missed a fit. Do you know what? Hopefully you can all see now, especially those that maybe don't follow trials. This is like, woof, let's go. As I say, it's been reported on Twitter. It's been reported on Twitter, for those Bostonites out there, that the state are looking to rest by Thursday. And the speed we're going, I mean, I don't think there's been one redirect yet. Do you know what I mean? So no one likes a kick in the nuts. No. It's called 85. No, it's not. Hang on, I wrote it down. It's not. I believe tomorrow. So the judge tomorrow has a bond hearing between 8:30 and 9. So I would say it's probably going to be 9:15 start tomorrow. But he'll announce it to the jury tonight, and then he'll go to 5:30. Thursdays and Fridays, it is start at 8:30 and finish between 5 and 5:30 Eastern every day. So 8:30 court begins, 5 to 5:30 depends on where they are with witnesses. If witnesses finishing at 5, they might just say end of the day. If a witness is still on there, they'll go on till the witness finishes. 10-15-minute breaks in the morning and afternoon. Lunch breaks should be between an hour and an hour and a half. So yeah. But tomorrow he's got bond hearing, and next week next Wednesday he has got a case management conference from 8:30 till about 10:30. So next Wednesday will be even later. But he'll announce it to the jury. We just need to listen later on. But I presume 9 o'clock start tomorrow. I heard the opening statements. There you go, Bev. There you go. Mexi, when did this take place? Because I swear I've been watching specials about this case for years, but I've a mess. September 2020. September 2020, Mexi. Mexi Texi. It's September 2020. I think she's arrested in November 2020, something like that. She had a different attorney to start off with, and this guy came in He's been with her for about just over 3 years. But the paralegal, the guy who, I don't know why he doesn't do a beard under. I don't get the whole line beard he's got for his chin. He's been with them from the start. How's the judge been? Great. Great. I would say very, very good. Very, very good. Stormcat, nice. Nice. That's the difference between the Commonwealth need to not put on so many witnesses to tell us if it was snowing and Bev needs to have full days, as that was ridiculous in Karen's trial. Yeah, I think she will next time around. I think she will. Very, very Tony Starkish. Don't know who that is. The judge has been good, in my opinion. I agree. Bacon beard. Bacon beard? That's what someone called it earlier. It's just annoying. Thank goodness, not like Bev. No, not like Bev at all.
About one of your calls, apparently you cover a lot of ground going back to 2000.
Right, look at it. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. You know, he's got it there. Dude, cover the whole thing, like, you know? If he got the whole beard now, he got that up there. Happy days. He might have some. Oops, that's too big. No one's ever said that before. He might have some like bit of grey in there as well. Do you mean ladies love grey? I just don't want. I just want like. Look at it. It's just like. I don't like. Oh shit! Hang on. I don't like this. Like, you know. What about this? Just cover it. I got that. You know, I can say all these things. I got double chin. I got it underneath there. That's all. Iron Man. What? I don't know him. Yeah, maybe, but that's why I'm like, just hide it, dude. I got a double chin, dude. Do you know what I mean? Iron Man. Do you think Bev wants Karen's trial in the winter next, so there aren't as many supporters outside? Well, maybe. Good shout. They'll still be there, though. They'll still be there. That beard cut does not make sense with that face. You want him to have a neck. No, it just doesn't make sense as it is. Look at it. That doesn't make sense. I'll say stop think about him, but come on, dude. Oh, he could be Santa Claus. That's what she said. Oi, oi. Give her a moustache. Oh, no. I don't want to be cruel. My husband looks like that. Oh, no, Jem. You had to say that now, didn't you? You had to say that. Now I feel bad, Jem. Oh, my God. Just overheard the facial hair thing. And when I looked, he had a full beard. I know. He's a paralegal for the defense. Salt and pepper. I know you ladies like salt and pepper. The obvious line is very distracting. Hope someone tells him one day. Yeah, I don't know what he can do with it. It's just, you know, high posture. Just needs to sit more upright. There you go. Love myself a granddaddy. Got one myself. How old's he then? How old's your man? I didn't think he was that old. Hey, Pixie. Good day, mate. Good day, Pixie. Good day, Sheila. How are we? Put another shrimp with a barbie. How we doing, Pixie? Hope you're well, my darling. Style and persona is everything. Yeah, well, how old's he then? At first, I thought he had a neck brace. What? Oh, crap. Gem. I don't know what I'm. Whoop. Hey, chat. Hope you're all well. We're well, Pixie. Hope you're well, my darling, as well. Over there in Australia, mate. Good day, mate. Oh. Okay. No, so good. I got it. I got you. I should have asked you. I got you. I just pop a nice scarf. She's got tomboy. I'm joking. Just pop a nice scarf on. Yeah, but it's too hot. He sweats like hell. Happy days, Pixie. But Josie says hello to you as well. Stormcar, maybe. You're waiting around paint my house listening to you all talk about neck beards or lack thereof, and I'm dying. Sorry, Dumpster Juice. Sorry, Dumpster Juice. It's all, it's just observation. Like, that's why I'm trying to grow a little bit of a beard. You know what I mean? Get rid of that fucking double chin, son. Hide it. And I got this then. What's this called? Beard butter. Vanilla and mango beard butter. You know what? Let's put a bit of butter on, shall we? Let's put a bit of beard butter on. See it? Smells fucking gorgeous, people. Oh shit. So we'll mix it. And we rub it in. Rub it in. And it's mixed. Fluff it a bit. Fluff it. Bit more for downstairs. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Right. Ooh, that smells nice.
All right, so the 3:15, we're back on the record.
We'll truck something.
State versus Ashley
We'll truck anything in a
Benefield.
minute. SRA. Ooh,
I don't know what you planned on. I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today.
Oh, shit, it's time to
You think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Dvorack, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conlon, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby that are here.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall and, Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side. So I was hoping to get them done today if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
We'll see how far we get.
And I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have some issues with Byers and with Russell.
Okay. But they're going to be later.
After the 2 crime scene techs.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene techs to guarantee we get through those. And then we'll see where we're at with time. And maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I don't I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witnesses here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record.
Sure.
Just while we're talking about scheduling, we have 8 witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. Depending on what happens today, it could be more. But the last witness is our firearms person, and they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, we're not gonna, I don't think will happen. We're not gonna have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't want to have them try to.
So that's a good update for you, though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody that's getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the 1st, and we have
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people. Yeah.
So there you go. The state is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday,
Mhm.
Thursday morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have 1 witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
Yes.
Right, I'm going to go wash my hands.
Are you ready to bring the jury in?
I'm going to wash my hands because it smells too damn nice. I'll be back. I'll be back. Let me know what this witness is. I don't know who this is, please. So just let me know.
All right, welcome back. Y'all can have a seat. So I had gone up to my office, and when I came back down on this floor, I realized, well, it's cold today. So again, I apologize. It's set somewhere else. So just keep in mind throughout I see some of you shivering throughout the rest of the trial. Please dress in layers so you're ready for kind of like going on that trip up north sometimes in the spring. You're never quite sure what to take, so be prepared. While you were outside, did anybody discuss amongst yourselves anything about this case or begin your deliberations? Did anybody discuss anything about the case with anybody outside of this group? Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. When we took that break, the state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
The state would call Megan Dvorack. And Judge, I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh.
Oh, good afternoon, Judge.
Welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. And adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Megan Dvorack, last name spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, Orack.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager. And he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. And so we will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection?
None.
They'll be received.
Thank you. And Mr. Dvorck, you have a laser pointer there. You may have to check if it's on.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing. Just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you states 24. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is a mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
Her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what you're are you documenting her, the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or you did not observe any injuries to her face or head?
Objection, leaving.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had.
Hearsay.
I think it's
Is it
effect on
offer
the-
for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overruled.
Go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you. And then once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the wrist, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her t-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her t-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And then
right here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Dvorack. Defense may.
Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I don't know if the court had any objections before I begin my cross-publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand him to the deputy.
Yes.
Can you state for the record which numbers they were?
It would have been 29 and 30, Judge.
29 and 30. Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
crime scene, Dvorack or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a licensed deputy or
No, I'm not a certified. I'm classified as civilian.
civilian? Okay, that works for the sheriff's department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dvorck, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge?
absolutely. Take your time. You can refer to your notes. I don't need to speak for the court, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Ms. Benefield's hands?
Let's see. I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA?
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
Oh, 1 second. Dvorck, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I
suspects.
missed that.
Miss Bennett, yeah,
Yes.
Miss Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrist were one swab individually on both arms. And then, yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked. So you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. All right, State, call your next witness.
The state would call me under Conlon.
Hello, ma'am. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. And you should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Okay.
All right? Thank you. All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What'd you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math. 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when the search warrant arrived, then I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackram was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess? Is that?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield .45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
.45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked my van.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm first going to show you states 31, 32, and 33. Will you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter 30 through 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do, I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
That is the next door neighbor's house, so I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Yes.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm, in this picture. Was that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Thank you. I can't get it to close. And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on the side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received?
Thank you. Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of the?
Yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene, you said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done. You looked at them all?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16 is laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mhm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection?
None.
They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up and tell me if it is an accurate depiction of state 16?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this picture? Or the sketch, sorry. Okay. And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
I walked through here.
Okay. And I'm gonna steal those pictures. I'm gonna start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck?
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway. And then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
And did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that's states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway and there's the second bedroom.
And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
And where is this was this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay, and where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today, is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes, there's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you walked through the whole home and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
And were you made aware of what that smear was from or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way? Did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is once again the same bedroom.
Okay. And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom if that's okay with you.
Okay.
And so what are we looking at here?
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh. The state's 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes,
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
that's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner, as best I can.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I will come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer is killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 4 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's a casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter state 7.
Any objection to states 7?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. You want to-
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. I'll show you states 56. We see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in states 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
You take a look at states 9 and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back out of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is states 58. And we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
Check the leading.
I'll sustain. She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers you see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7.
Okay. And what were you documenting with number 7?
A projectile hole.
And this is states 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod? Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you state 60. And if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters. So that's an entryway. Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was state 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is state 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry, 8 is an exit. So that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you. And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
It path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door. So that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So that's the same cabinet door, and this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That is, it's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
At this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
No objection.
Received. I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once.
Correct.
Thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it? One or more?
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is the living room and it's right by the front door. So it's this is the front door. So it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
It's not some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
No objection.
Received.
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you States 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
And so this is State 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is State 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in State 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
I'm going to show you State 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in State 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you, maybe. To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you States 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is, there's a basket and it's in that basket.
And so now, State 77, is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
Okay. And 78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearm's in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in State 79, is that what we see?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you. Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured. So the slide is back. This is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you. And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you States 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Your may approach the clerk.
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you States 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with this case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter States 11.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you. And how many phones did you collect?
2
And where was the second phone?
in the garage.
And what do we see here in States 81?
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right here at the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in States 82?
Yes.
I'm showing you States 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was,
and
the date that this occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter States 12.
Received.
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Plazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Plazinski.
Thank you.
You just call him Ski.
Other than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred. And I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days. So that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Miss Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then states 84.
So that's the scratches.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body.
Yes.
Thank you. And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's well, I see this real quick. I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
break it, you buy it. So, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. There, you're on. May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
We move respectfully, Your Honor, and introduce it as defense exhibit number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state case we had on.
Thank you. Received.
I want.
Is that what, I'm sorry, so has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We pre-marked all of them.
thank you.
Ms. Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
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 Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example, that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or
No, I'm a civilian.
crime scene?
Yes, crime scene.
Or Ms. Conlon?
Yes, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you, under type of case, noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect?
Sorry, Judge, just 1 second. I don't have anything else, Judge. Thank you.
No? All right. Hold on 1 second. Can she be released? Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon, you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released from
would
your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish defense exhibits, please?
Absolutely, yes.
That too. That sense.
Yes, defense 2.
Just a photograph.
Well, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his,
That's yours.
yes.
All right.
Thank you.
And we'll publish 2. And Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah. Everything's yours?
Yes.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again. Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes, while they're looking at defense 2, go ahead and approach.
So they're saying on, I'm not sure if there's any more witnesses today. I don't remember if she said there's 4 left, 2 left. What, I don't remember. But what they're saying on Twitter is that because it's a self-defense trial, that it's usual that the state have short the witnesses at the start, that the defense normally have more witnesses, and then the state normally put more rebuttal witnesses on. So even though they're finishing quickly, there's likely to be slightly last longer for the defense, and then the rebuttal witnesses are likely to go on a little bit, not long, like, but maybe a day and a half rather than just like an hour or something, you know. So hello, Mia. How do, my darling? I'll see you for a while. Hope you're well, my darling. Thanks for popping in. Nice to see you. So yeah, so just explain that. Just because we're ahead of schedule, and normally defenses are shorter, but allegedly for this kind of trial, they're normally a little bit longer. But we'll see. We'll see. Ugh.
All right, members of the jury. So we've had a very busy day.
Oh, we're done.
Talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple of legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And then we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good. So I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at I almost said 7:45, 8:45. That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you. Is anybody picking tomorrow? Okay. Do you know if everybody's been released? There won't be any jurors. Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays. So I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not, so you'll probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, if you all could kind of stay generally in the same area, you have to sit right next to each other, but that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening, maybe beat the traffic. But remember, please, last night you got home and family and friends or work was probably asking, how's it going? You got to say, hey, I don't know anything yet. We haven't done opening statements. All we do is pick the jury. But now you've heard some testimony. So at this point, it's going to become even more important for you to follow these rules of no discussion amongst yourselves, no discussions about the case with anyone outside of this room, and make sure you try and avoid the news or don't, look at your favorite websites, but try and avoid doing any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics that you've heard anything about. Remember too, I don't know about you, but my fingers and my toes are pretty cold, so dress warm or dress appropriate so you can come and adjust as you need. I don't know if anybody brought snacks, but as you see, we have breaks throughout the day. So if you do want to bring something, they can bring cooler drinks, can't they?
I'll discuss that with them.
Okay, they'll discuss that with you because I want you to be able to bring in snacks as you need. All right, you're all set for the evening. We'll see you back here. Yes, please leave the notes. Those must stay here. If you just put them face down on your chairs, the deputies will pick them up and we'll hand it back out tomorrow.
We're still going, people, just in case people think we're done. There's still more hearing. They're going to be doing a hearing now after sending the jury home about 2 more witnesses for tomorrow. So those that want to stick around, please stick around. We're not done for the night, but those that want to go, see you tomorrow.
Okay, you all can have a seat. Yeah, I was also going to say it's only been about an hour since the last break, but does anybody want to step out for a minute?
I would like to.
Okay.
No, let's go.
I'll take a 5-minute break though. That way, if you guys want to stretch your legs.
Okay. Gin and olives. Yeah, I've been on this for about a year. I showed the pre-trial hearing about a year ago. It's actually one of in June, I think, or July last year. And I didn't start streaming till like mid-March. So yeah. What do you think, Dylan? I don't. I've got no opinion on it yet. I've not seen anything yet to make her guilty. Or so I start every trial with defendant is innocent, and there's nothing. There's nothing that's moved me because I don't think we've seen enough yet. And I don't think we're going to see that much. It's a little bit of a, he said, she said. I think tomorrow is a big day, and I think the last one, the last witness is the key witness, they said on Thursday. So yeah, at the minute, I have not really moved. I still think she's innocent, but I do that anyway. 2, I believe, Raoul. 2 shots, I believe. Or maybe 2 shots on his body, maybe something like 4. But we'll get all that. So yeah. Google pictures of Ashley. She looks much younger here during the trial with less makeup. Does she? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it's 4 shots and 2 hit him, I believe is what it is off the top of my head. Oh, Stormcat said 5. Joe says 4. Okay, so there's a few. There's a few. There's a lot more to come in. There's a lot more detail to come in. So I don't really want to. I don't think I can. No, you can keep your comments to. Look, Angelina, like if you think he's guilty, that she's guilty, she's guilty. I mean, I'm not here to judge your opinions. Everyone's got an opinion. My personal opinion is I'm basing everything off the trial. I'm not looking at anything else. And what I've seen so far at this trial as a juror, I could never vote guilty. Now, will that change? Yeah, maybe. It might change tomorrow. It might change Thursday. It could change at any point. But based on the evidence we've seen so far, I would say that there's nothing there that I could convict her on beyond a reasonable doubt. That's where I'm at the minute. As I say, I reserve the right to change my mind because that's what the jury do. They can change their mind. I don't like to base anything on like Annie Elise or other stuff I've seen and stuff. I just want to go with what I see submitted. So yeah, I could never vote guilty right now. But there's plenty of trial left, people. Plenty of trial left. So yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a good trial, and I've been keeping my eye on it for a year. It's unfortunate there's no real other trials on at the same time. It just everyone is doing this trial at the same time, so but it is good. It's nice to do a chill out stream after Karen Reid. Do you know what I mean? It was, sometimes a little bit hectic in chat, but this is more manageable. I totally respect everyone's opinion. I hope I've not offended anyone. You've not offended anybody. I don't think you offended anybody, Angelina. You are entitled to your opinion. Just be open. All I say to people is be open-minded to others' opinions. But also remember, if you're a juror one day, you should practice the fact that you should base it all on evidence. But yeah, we will all. We can. Oh, hang on. What's going on?
All right, we are back on the record. We've got all the attorneys and Ms. Benefield. Madam Clerk, are you okay? I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, sir.
All right. I heard you type, and I want to make sure that you were also ready. All right, first things first on my list is I still have a whole bunch of these transcripts from the 911 call. Do you want those back? Did you get one?
Yes.
I don't know.
I probably just leave them here in case they want to re-listen to it, would they, if they re-listen to it?
No,
They wouldn't get it either.
they will not.
Okay. I can always get confused.
You know what?
Listen to it in the first. I'll just
Yeah.
leave them. They don't usually.
Yeah, I just, for your edification, for everybody here's edification, and I meant to tell the jury this, and it's on my list, and I forgot. The boil water notice was extended to Wednesday.
Yes.
So continue to bring your bottled water or your sodas or your coffees or whatever it is. And I meant to tell the jury, it's okay, because what's today, Tuesday?
Yes.
Oh, it is Tuesday. Hopefully.
10 a.m.
tomorrow. It's 10 a.m. tomorrow? Okay, well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Okay. No, it's the pond out back.
Well, you know, I get thirsty.
And then, thank you very much, sir. I did get your amended witness list. It helps me keep track as we go. My notes are that, this is for everybody's knowledge, Deputy Baurle,
Early.
I was saying wrong.
CST Dvorack, CST Conlon, and Eva Benefield have not been released from their trial subpoenas. So I know you all know what that means, but you need to make sure your witnesses, because some of these folks, either they're also employed at the sheriff's office or they may know each other, and they are strictly prohibited from having conversations with each other.
I'll speak to them.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about, you had some motions, and I said objections earlier, but they could also be motions in limine regarding Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers.
Yes, sir. So I thought we had pretty much established that we weren't going to vet the child abuse investigation. Nonetheless, in an opening statement, the state clearly went down that road to the extent of even designating that there were 5 of them, which now puts us in a position to have to respond to that unless it turns out to be a representation in an opening statement that never materializes. As the court knows, and the court emphatically instructed them, what the lawyers say in opening statement is not evidence. So the concerns we have with Alicia Byers and with Dr. Russell is that we believe both witnesses' testimony is sought to go to the issue of child abuse. For multiple reasons, 403 of the Florida Evidence Code being merely one, and I don't need to re-argue this, the court's aware of it, we're all aware of it, the balancing act, given the potential prejudice. We don't think that that should be admissible, and we don't think we should go down that rabbit hole. In addition,
I apologize for interrupting. I do not intend to ask either one of them about child abuse. And if it helps, the reason I said 5 complaints was, it's my belief that that comports with your ruling on what Detective Moreland would testify about. So that's why I represented that. It wasn't to get information out of either of these 2 witnesses.
well, that certainly helps my argument, Judge. My understanding, for purposes of Detective Moreland, is that the court is willing to allow him to testify as to the criminal aspect of his involvement. The court should be aware that deputies do not conduct an investigation. They merely accompany the CPT or DCF representatives to protect them for their personal safety. There is no criminal investigation. So I point this out to you, Honor, in anticipation of when Deputy
Moreland does come to take the stand. If the state doesn't plan to go into anything having a relationship to the allegations of child abuse, then I don't know that we need to go any further to discuss that it was, whether it's collateral or it doesn't relate to any material element of the offense.
And let me just clarify, that argument relates to Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers?
Alicia Byers, yes, and it may in fact relate to Deputy Moreland once I get a chance to voir dire him about his actual participation and whether or not he's just there for safety purposes to protect the DCF representative.
And I can just represent, I mean, you can voir dire him if you'd like, but I can represent to you that he did his own independent criminal investigation. But he and the DCF or CPT people all work together. They all have their different goals. But he did investigate criminal.
Well, who would he be investigating? He would be investigating the target of the complaints. What relevance would that have to Ashley Benefield?
What I envisioned from all of this was I was allowing Detective Moreland to testify consistently with what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing, that there were 5 complaints made. I think I allowed the month and the year. The alleged perpetrator being Doug Benefield. An investigation was conducted. The general allegations were, and whatever they were, and that the cases were closed with no action. Exactly what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. And then I did not allow Kim Griffin. Remember that's the one from CPS. Was she going to be an expert? Then it was no, she's not going to be an expert, but we want her to testify about those same 5 complaints from the CPS aspect, that they were investigated and they were closed with no action. And that's where my ruling was no, because I think under 403 that allowing both of them to testify, and I completely understand that this is criminal, Moreland, right? If we have a silo, Moreland is criminal, 5 criminal investigations. Griffin is CPS, civil, 5 investigations. But my ruling was under 403, I thought allowing both of them to go into it could confuse the jury, mislead the jury into thinking, well, there were 10 investigations. So that's why I made the ruling I did. If you're asking me to revisit that, because I would allow Detective Moreland to testify that there were these 5 complaints that were forwarded to him. Is he CAC?
Yes.
So he was CAC at the time. They were investigating, in the information I gave.
How can I, if that comes out, how can I not bring out on cross that 2 of those complaints were from independent third parties, 2 professionals?
Well, I did not allow them to go into who made the complaints. That was the subject of a prior motion where I said, no, you cannot go into who actually made the complaints. The state is prohibited from going into that.
And I won't ask for names. I won't look for identifications, but I think I'm certainly entitled to show that it wasn't just Ashley Benefield.
And I don't know if he knows that or not, because I don't think that question was raised at the stand your ground hearing or any of the motions I've covered. It might have been covered in a deposition, so I'm not aware of it, but I don't know if he even knows who made the complaints.
Okay.
I don't know that he does.
I'm hard pressed to believe he conducted 5 criminal investigations and he doesn't know that 2 of the complaints came from the pediatrician and the psychologist.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to open Pandora's box. I'm just saying I personally don't know. So you may want to talk to him tomorrow before he testifies, or maybe it was in the deposition. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's my ruling as of right now. Moreland can testify, Griffin can't.
He can testify about those 5 criminal investigations that came to him as part of the CAC unit and the information that I allow. They want to get into more, you want less, so that's where it's not a compromise, but I think that's the correct legal ruling.
So now I have a second motion.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell are not being called for purposes of child abuse, what possible relevance could they have to this?
I have no idea. So is this the similar motion they filed a motion in limine for me to force you to proffer your expert? Are you not motioning for me to force them to proffer theirs?
No, because if you would have granted theirs, then I would have said yes, but you denied theirs.
Goose and gander, but no, I denied it because I don't think there's any basis for that.
Okay, so I just want to alert the court that I'm going to be on guard for that, and there's going to be some objections potentially.
Understood. And it happens all the time where depositions have been taken or reports have been written or affidavits have been done, and you can file motions in limine to limit or restrict certain areas, but I don't have any of that in front of me.
Okay.
The last thing I heard about anybody was I granted the request to depose Russell, and I haven't heard anything since then. So, well, what else can we talk about this evening before I let you go?
I think we're ready.
I have one small thing. We did do a stipulation for the ID of the victim.
Sure.
I think it's not an issue in this case. Nobody's objecting or arguing, but I just wanted that to be a part of the record.
All right.
I think she wants me to fingerprint it also, Judge.
I'm sorry, sir?
I think she wants my fingerprint on it as well.
If you would bear with me, Miss Benefield, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right. I just want to ask you about this trial stipulation that was just handed up. It's got the case style at the top, trial stipulation, and here's what it says. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the parties that the identity of the deceased victim is Doug Benefield, white male, date of birth 10/2/61, a human being. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. None of this is dated. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. It has Miss O'Donnell's signature, and it purports to have your signature right above your name and the word defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions, but essentially, ma'am, do you understand that in trial, the state has to prove certain elements? One of those elements is that Doug Benefield is deceased and is deceased. They'll have other things they need to prove. But you understand by entering into this stipulation, you're basically saying you don't have to prove that state. The defense is agreeing that the deceased victim in this case is Doug Benefield.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Fair enough. That's all I wanted to confirm. So I've got this. I'm going to give it to the clerk so she can stamp it in. And then you all tell me when you want the stipulation read. And I already have the limiting instruction or the instruction about stipulations.
And I don't even know if we need to read it. Okay, maybe we could read it during Dr. Vega just to be certain, but.
I will let you prosecute and defend your case. How you see fit. Okay. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Hey, listen, so I'm not sure that I need to have you here at 8:30. It sounds like it's worked out, and
Do I hear 9 o'clock?
looks like it's going to be 9.
Do I hear 9:30?
Over my objection.
I thought you had something in the morning.
No, I have bond hearings. I ended up not having any bond hearings, and I don't have any case managements for tomorrow. Now next week I do.
Thank you, Judge. 9 o'clock is very much appreciated.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
But 9 o'clock start, so maybe 8:50, 8:55, getting all set up.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, deal.
Joe, can we, will there just?
All right, we'll be off the record until tomorrow.
Okay, they're off the record. There you go. Well, that was a 9-hour stream today, which is quite good. I'm going to go live at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow, which is 1:30 UK time tomorrow. I've set the stream up ready for tomorrow. Yeah, I think it's a good trial, people. I think today was good. I don't want to jinx it too much, touch wood, that hopefully we go through it tomorrow quite quick. Thank you, Carol Draper, as always, for your support, my darling. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Jem, well, everyone, I'm off now. I'm will be late tomorrow as I have my son's leavers assembly. Oh, nice. But I'll be here. A sad day for you. Thanks again. No worries to you, Jem. Have a good one. And hey, tell your husband with a beard, right? Now she's smiling, not looking pitiful anymore. I know. What time? So I'll be going live about 8:30. Just say hello to everyone. 8:30 Eastern, but which is 7:30 Central. But the trial doesn't start till 9 o'clock tomorrow, people. So we don't need to be here early at all tomorrow for that. Very slick judge. I like it as well. See you later, Hackster. Behave yourself. Thank you, Gitmo. Have a good evening, everyone. Yes, Stormcar. Thank you. No, thank you, Stormcar. Thank you, Mama Ames, as well. 4, that's good time. Well, maybe have a sleep in and then just how's it 4? I don't get, but it's fine. Thank you, Carol. Right, everybody. I'm gonna play the thing. We've actually done pretty much bang on 9 hours today. So with that, I will leave you. I'm looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And try and get some other people here as well. I think this is a good trial for people to watch. Now I need to find my brand. Night Crafty Cow. 9 now, 4 hours. Fuck it, 4 hours behind Eastern. Jeepers. There you go, Stormcar, 5:30 my time. Bloody hell. See you, Jem. Right, everybody. Peace out. Once I find this brand. I should have it lined up, but I don't. Here we go. I got it. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Love you all. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.